Learn how to create a Fiverr clone with NextJS, React, Convex, Typescript, Tailwind CSS, and ShadCN. This is a great project for improving your skills as a full-stack developer. Vuk created this course. He is an experienced full-stack developer.
In this video, we will create this Fiverr clone platform that lets users post gigs and lets other users buy gigs. So here is 4 example gigs, but there can be as many as you want. So if I go ahead and click on this gig, it will load the gig page. Here we have images, then we have all about the user and the gig. We can leave reviews. There is also basic, standard, and premium offers. For example, short hair, medium, and long hair. If I'm the owner of the gig, I'm gonna have edit button. But if I go ahead and change my account, I go with Google. On this other account, I will be able to order now or send message. So if I click order now, it will send me to the Stripe checkout page and I can purchase here. So if I want to start selling from this account, then I'm gonna click connect Stripe, and this will connect platform's Stripe to my Stripe so I can start selling, and the platform will take a 10% cut or 5% cut, whatever you want to take. I can also send message to this user if I have a question about his gig. So this is the list of conversations that I have with all of the users, and I can say, hey, tell me more about your gig. And from this other account, I can go to the inbox. And if I click this, then we can see all of the messages. I can respond with hey with this other account. I can go back to home page by clicking here. So I can also search. So if I search for a haircut, if I press search, it will only show the haircut. I can also favorite the gigs. So if I go back, I'm gonna favorite this one. I'm gonna favorite this one as well. And now I can only show favorited gigs. So it's gonna be these two, but I can unfavorite them. So it's gonna disappear, or I'm gonna toggle off favorites. I can also toggle by category. So if I click switch to selling, then it's gonna display all of the gigs I'm selling. And if I click to create, I can create a new gig. For example, I can say I will develop your website, and I can choose a category and subcategory, front-end development. And if I click save, it's gonna be saved successfully, and it's gonna redirect me to this gig. And now I can choose a file to upload. So I can upload this image, click upload image, and then I can give it like title. So small website, price $100, for example, and whatever the description. I can adjust all of this. I need to save this. I can save standard premium versions, and then I can add a description as well, and then I can publish. Before we start with the tutorial, I invite you to join my school.com group where we teach web development. So you have all of these courses, and there is a community where you can answer questions. I will be here for 1 or 2 hours every day and answering all questions, and there will be live sessions and everything. So you can read more in this description. Let's start by making a repository, name, and then MIT license, and create it. I want to go to code, HTTPS, and copy this. Go to folder where you want to download this, and then run cmd git clone, and then just paste that link. We can exit this and go to Next 14 Fiverr. Here in NextJS documentation, I will copy this npx create next app at latest, and you must have Node.js 18.17 or later. So here in this folder, let's run a new cmd inside of it and just copy this and then add dot. So we install this in the current folder, the Next.js. While this is installing, let's go to Clerk.com. Let's also go to Convex. This will be our database, and Clerk will be our authentication. So let's go to dashboard. I will create a new application. I will name it Fiverr clone and enable Google and email, create application. So this is the documentation, but we will go here to JWT token because we need to connect this to Convex, our backend. So let's create a new template, Convex, and just save changes. Now in Convex, let's log in. If you want to learn more about this setup, just go here, look at this setup and development guide. it's 1 hour long, everything is explained in detail. I will just do this quickly now. I will also go here and say Clerk Convex setup, and I will click here Convex Clerk from Convex docs. This is the documentation, so we already created Clerk, created JWT token. So this is what we will do next, but after we install the proper package. Let's continue with Next.js installation. So press OK to proceed. It's gonna install this package. Would you like Typescript? Yes. Slint? Yes. Tailwind CSS? This if yes. No to source directory. Yes to app router. Import, we don't want to change this. So if you want more explanation, go to the video that I explained. So all of the files are added right here. We wait for this to install. After Next.js installed, let's look for Google setup. So go here, Next.js quick start, not Google, but Convex setup. And then this actually changed, but let's skip this. We're gonna do this manual. So npx create next app. We already did this. We created next app, and then npm install Convex. So let's go here and install this. After this, we need to say npx convex dev to activate Convex. So Convex is our database. So let's go and run that. If this is your first time using Convex, then it will prompt you to log in. But okay, so this is my page, and I have 4 projects, and I can have up to 5 projects. So I'm gonna create a new project. The name, I'm gonna keep this recommended name and just let it run. And we are going to just let this run because this will let us have real-time updates. So whenever we change something in the code, it's gonna automatically reflect update in our database. So right here with this, we see that we got this new database, and there are tables, files, everything is here. So we will leave this running, and we will start a new CMD for something else. Now let's look for ShadCN Next.js, and these are components to build a component library. So we're gonna start from here, npx ShadCN UI latest init. So let's copy that. These are like buttons and everything we need. So let me paste this, and you can go here and check, like for example here, button. This is what it looks like. And this code for this button will be copy pasted into your code, so you have full control. This is not like material UI where you call APIs, and then, but this is copy paste, and you have full control. You can edit everything. So which styles would you like to use for ShadCN default? And then slate or neutral, whatever color you want. I'm gonna choose slate. This is yes, and just wait for a moment. Let me start a new terminal and then say code dot to open this path into VS Code code editor. Now let's go here to Convex Clerk setup. So we were here already, and then we're gonna create a new folder, auth config.ts in Convex folder. So go here to Convex folder and create a new file, auth config.ts, and save. And go back and copy this. I'm gonna copy this, and then here we will just paste and save. And now we need this issuer URL from our Clerk. So let's go back to Clerk dashboard, and here where we created this Convex JWT token, let's copy this issuer, copy, and this name must be same Convex as this here, Convex. So let's paste this issuer URL. I think you should keep this trailing slash and save. Now let's add all of the components that we will use from ShadCN. So here in the button, I'm gonna go here and copy this, choose npm in my case, but we will add some more. These are all of the ones that we need. So it's gonna be accordion, alert, dialog, what was it, aspect ratio, avatar. You can go and check what each of these does if you want right now, or we will also do it later. Card, carousel, and then we got dialog, checkbox, dialog, drop down menu. So checkbox, dialog, drop down dash menu. I don't want to bore you, so these are all of them. Just write them, or you can write them from here, and then I'm gonna copy all of this and go here into ShadCN wherever and just paste it and run. This is just a normal terminal, it's not ShadCN, it's just terminal at this directory. So now you can check in your app folder, this is all of your code, and in components, UI is where these components are getting added from ShadCN right now. Let's return to Convex Clerk setup. So we need to npm install Clerk React, but it's actually, we don't need to install that. Let's go and search for Clerk NextJS setup, and then this quick start. So it's going to be different. So it's going to be this Clerk Next.js. So let's copy this and go to a terminal and just install that. And then we're going to copy paste these API keys, but not for these ones, because I think these ones, the documentation are wrong. So let's go back to Clerk, and here in API keys, and I will just copy these two. And let's go back to and look for .env.local file, and below just paste it like that. That's it. So now let's run npm run dev. So that's gonna run our application localhost 3000. When it says ready, you need to go and refresh, because you must pull data for the first time. You need to refresh. So now it's compiling this route. So this is our current app. Let's first wrap this. Actually, we need to add middleware. So in the Clerk Next.js setup, scroll down, and we're gonna make this file middleware.ts, make it outside of everything. So click on the outside file and paste it, and then copy this and do that. So this is the middleware that will not let us so we can define, for example, if I go here and I'm not logged in, it should not let me visit this page. So here it's prompting me to log in. So let me say continue with Google. And now that I'm logged in, now it works. But also we need to provide our database to this application. We need to wrap our database in the application with the database. So we're gonna go on the outside, and we're gonna create a new folder, call it providers. And inside we're gonna create a new file, convex-client-provider.tsx. So we will wrap our database with this. Not the database, but our page with this database. So first we will go ahead and say use client, because this is going to execute on client. So Next.js has server components that execute on server and client that execute in the browser. So when you are using hooks, you need to use client. So I will show you. Then all of these imports, you don't need to import them right now. Whenever I have these imports, you can import them as we program. So it's going to recommend you imports, but you will not have this. This is what we are going to make. So you don't have this one. Okay, next. Interface. Convex client provider props. And then children is going to be react.node. So we are going to wrap. I will show you. Let's go to the app. Let me save this. Let me go to app layout. And here scroll down. So you have this children. We're going to wrap this with Convex client provider, and then close it like that. But we cannot import this because we are not exporting this from anywhere yet. So it's an error for now. So this children, this is like the page, everything like the page, the whole page is here. So that's going to be passed into our interface. So let's now say const convex URL. We need to initialize the convex database, the backend process, and convex public next public convex URL, and this, you make this to make sure that this exists. So if I delete this, I think it's gonna throw an error because it's not sure if this even exists. But if I say exclamation mark, then I'm telling it this 100% exists in my .env.local file. So if I go to .env.local here, next public convex URL. Okay, then const convex, new Convex React client. This is one that I imported here. And passing convex URL to initialize the new Convex React client. Then export const convex client provider. So this is what we will import in the other file. We need to export it here. And then let's give it this interface, react.fc, and then convex client provider props, the interface that we defined it. And then let's extract these children. So make an arrow function and then extract children from this type. So now we have these children. This is the page that's getting passed, and we're gonna display these children. So let's make a return. Okay, we wrap everything with Clerk provider. This is our authentication provider. Then Convex provider with Clerk. We imported that as well. Then we need to pass useAuth as useAuth. So useAuth is from Clerk, NextJS. Then client Convex. This is the Convex that we initialized. Okay, so if the user is not authenticated, show children. Authenticated, show children. And auth loading, so if it's checking, while if it's authenticated, then just show the loading component that we don't have. It's like a loading screen, spinning bar. So that's it. So this is what we want to do. Okay, so this components auth loading doesn't exist. So let's copy auth loading, close this, and let's first go back to our layout TSX, and we need to import this. So I press Control space to import to get these recommendations, and like this. And also provider, I'm missing an O here. So now we gave a database. We wrapped our application with the database. So let's go to components and create this auth loading. So let's just go click components, new file, paste it auth/loading.tsx. And this, when you say auth/loading, it will create a folder auth when you put slash. In the loading component, first import image from next image. Then we will export const loading, arrow function, return, give it a div with class name, and then say height full, width full, flex. So this is Tailwind CSS. Justify center, item center. And then image, and source will be /logo svg. So let's copy this logo svg, and we need to go to public folder here and make a new file, logo svg. So now let's get this. Go to logoipsum.com. I think these are just logos for development. You cannot use them in production, but maybe you can contact them if you want. So I'm gonna scroll down and let's just select this logo. Let's just click to copy and just paste here the SVG. So when you say /logo SVG, this will look in your public folder for the logo SVG file. Then alternative loading, then width 120, height 120, and then class name to be animate pulse, duration 700. So this will just be pulsing like animation. That should be it. If I go ahead and so we have a problem here. Yeah, okay, so this is the pulsing animation. You see? Let me show you again. That's how it works. But I want the logo to be on the center. So to fix that, let's press Ctrl P to search and look for globals.css. It's right here in the app folder, global CSS. And let's make some space and say column root HTML body to be height 100% and save it. So this will need to recompile a little bit. And also you should always git add, git clone. So git add dot to add everything, all of the changes. Git commit message will be auth and database, and git push -u origin main. So now everything is in our GitHub folder. And now let's see if our logo updated. So if I refresh, logo is in the center. This is important because all of your stuff will not be centered if you don't have this. Nothing will be centered, not just logo loading screen. Let's start coding our website. So now in the app folder, make a new folder, seller. And inside make a new folder, in square brackets, username, like that. So when you have, so this is going to be /seller. This route will be /seller when you have seller folder. And then when you have username in the square brackets, this can be anything. So when you have square brackets, so it can be /seller and then /any username. And inside, add a new folder, manage /gigs, and add a new folder inside, create, and add a new file, page.tsx. So the route here is going to be /seller /anything /manage gigs /create, and then when we go to this route /create, this page tsx will be displayed. It must be page tsx, the same exact letter, same exact capitalization. So if I go here /seller, and I have all of this, manage gigs /create. So this is where we are going to create gigs. So and when we click switch to seller, then we're gonna switch to selling. Then we're gonna go to this /seller /username, etc. But when we say switch to buying, then we're gonna go to the not this route but homepage route. So let's create some page tsx. So you don't need to import this now. You can import as we code. Create interface, create gig props, parameters. That's gonna be username. So we want to actually receive this parameter username from the URL. So when you have square brackets, not only can this be anything in the URL, but it also can be, you can take it as a parameter. You can get it as a parameter by doing this interface, defining this interface, and then saying params, and then username. So it must be the same string as this username. And then let's export default create gig. So let's create const gig. And then let's extract these parameters from create gig props. Let's just extract it like this so we can use it, then return div class name flex justify center and create form. So this is a component that we will create. We don't have this component yet. And then pass in username as parameters params.username, because we've defined here that params has attribute username. So params.username. Okay, let's copy this component. So underscore component /create form. And here, click to this page and next to it, create a new file. Underscore components, create new form.tsx. So this will create a component folder, this components folder. And when you have underscore in the component, that means this will not be a route. And this everything inside will not be a route. So if I make more folders, they will be ignored by URL. This cannot be accessed through URL if it has this underscore. Now let's start coding this create form tsx. So we're gonna use client. Now don't import any of this right now. We will import them later. But we will first need to install this Zod and React hook form. So let me go here and say npm install React hook form and Zod. And I'm also not sure why this form was not installed from ShadCN and this input. So let's go to another terminal. So type npx shadcn-ui at latest add input form. So now we will also need to create this, by the way, but not now. Okay, let's continue. Let's create the interface, create form props, and it's gonna be username string. So as you remember, we are passing in the username. Const create form schema z.object. So we need to define type the schema for the form so we can check if it's correct. It has name of the gig and category when we are creating a gig, so we need to select those. Title z.string, minimum 20 characters, and then message title must be at least 20 characters. So if this is not 20, then this will be the message that we will display. And then max 100. Title must not be longer than 100 characters. Categories, then z.string. So this is going to be a category. It's going to be string. Required error. Please select a category. Subcategory ID. Z string. Please select a subcategory. So I think I accidentally named this ID. So this should just be either have consistent naming, either both ID or no. Neither have as ID. Type create form values z.infer. Type of create form schema. So we will create a type for the form values inferred from this schema. So it will be like this kind of object with this field, etc. Default values partial, create form values, this is the type, and then title is empty. That's gonna be our default value. Export const create form. We're gonna extract username from this interface that we are getting. So create form props, const categories, use query API categories get. So we're gonna have a list of categories and we will retrieve all of them. Then const subcategories, set subcategories, use state, and then doc. I will explain what this is. Doc subcategories and give it array and give it execute it and set it to empty array. So we're gonna create a schema for our database. This will be a table in our database, subcategories. So if we want to get, it will have fields like subcategory name, ID, etc. So if we want to get that, if you want to get that table and convert it to a type. So for example, this is going to have the type of the same type as this table, so each field. This is how we get those types. And if you don't understand, it will be more clear when we create this. Okay, then we're gonna say const and extract mutate and pending from useApiMutation and then pass in API gig create. So we did not create this yet, so we will make it. So it's this one that we don't have. Okay, I will explain more. And then const router is use router. And then use form. So we need to create a form, create form values, Zod resolver, default value, so we are initializing the Zod form, and mode on change. So why are we using for? Why are we not just submitting data through an API, like through Axios or whatever? Because we need to check the validity of data. So we want to check if this has 20 to 100 characters, if this is required, etc. That's why we are using this like Zod form. Okay, function handle category change, and then we're gonna get category name. If categories is undefined, return. So if there is no categories in the database here. And then selected category will be categories dot find category, where category name is equal to this category name. So category will be like a big object with many attributes. So that's how we're gonna select this category. If selected category, set subcategories, selected category dot subcategories. So each category is going to have all of its subcategories. So once we select a category, for example, computers, we're gonna have all of the subcategories. We need to set the subcategories so user can choose from those subcategories. Okay. Function on submit data, create form values. So mutate, this is the mutate that we are going to create. So this mutate will create the gig. This is the mutation, gig create. And then we pass in title, the data.title for the gig, description for the gig, subcategory, ID, and that's it. Then when this mutates, when this creates, then we wanna get this gig ID as parameter. We will get it returned from this mutation. And then toast info, gig created successfully. So toast is just alert, notification. You don't need this. And then router push, we wanna go to that new created gig. So we wanna go to seller username, manage gigs, edit, and then gig ID. Catch, if there is an error in this mutation, we wanna toast error, failed to create gig. Return. Okay, now let's return the form. So this is what's gonna be displayed in the page. So we wanna spread out this form, which is this. So we're gonna spread all of the attributes. And then form. So this is how we define form with ShadCN. It's a bit weird. You need two of these. Okay, so on submit, you're gonna say form.handle submit on, and then pass in on submit. So form.handle submit. It's this form. It has handle submit, which is not shown here, but it has this. So use form has handle submit attribute. And this is our on submit that we are passing in. So we are passing in on submit. Okay, form field, control, form.control, name, title, render. So this is how the field will be displayed. So we're gonna extract field object. It will be arrow function, form item, form message. So this is the message, like this error message. Please select a category. So this is the error message. Form label, title, form control, input, placeholder, I will do something amazing, and then spread this field. So this has some attributes like title, category, subcategory. So this will basically be, I think, yeah, we're just spreading the attributes. Okay, form description, craft a keyword rich gig title to attract potential users. Below that, another form field, form.control, category, render, form item, error message, category is the name, the label, select. Now we're going to use select from ShadCN, and we're going to select between all of the categories. So on value change, we're going to say category name string, and we're going to say field on change category name, handle category name category change. So this will call our function that we defined here, handle category change. It will select the category and load subcategories. Okay, next default value will be field.value. So we already, I think, defined default values or not, somewhere here. Default values here. But there is nothing, so I think this will be just empty then. Okay, form control, select trigger, select value, placeholder, select a category. I will explain this select trigger. So when you click this, you will open the select body. So, or select content, that is. So if categories exist, and then we want to show select content. Categories.map. We want to map each category. We will get category. Select item. So we need to pass in key, whatever, just so React can distinguish between these, all of the categories, all of the components. Value will be category.name. This will be a select drop-down menu. And then you will just display category names as like text. So user clicks it. When user clicks it, the value will be the category name. And then close select content, form description. And also, yeah, so that's it. I think this should be understandable. So when you click this select trigger, when you click inside this component, select a category, then this will open select content. But it will only open if categories is not, it exists, is not null. And then when you click it, the category will be set. Okay, go below and say button submit, type submit, disabled pending. So when gig is being created, here on the top, we have mutate and pending. Mutate is creating the gig. So while this is being created, we're gonna have pending, and I wanna disable the button when this is pending, gig is being created. Then we have form field. This is for subcategories, name subcategory ID, so must be the same name as this subcategory ID in our ZOD. Render field, form item, form error message, subcategory, on value change field dot on change, default value field value, form control, select trigger, select a subcategory, and then select content. And then we want to say subcategories map subcategory index. We want to show all of them. So select item will be key index, value subcategory.id, and then subcategory.name. Yeah, we need to name this subcategory ID because we are using ID in this case, not the name. I think that's how we made our database. Okay, and then form description. Subcategory will help buyers pinpoint your service more narrowly. So that's it. This is the whole thing. We just need to make some of these dependencies. Let's first create this database like tables. So let's go here in the Convex folder, create a new file, schema gig.ts. Okay. First we will make some imports, but you can import them as we go. Let's export default define schema. This will be our database table schema. Then define table users. So it's gonna be define table and pass in object. Full name is vstring. Username is vstring. Title. This is just like title of the user, whatever, like software engineer. About. Portfolio URLs. I'm actually not using this in the app, but if you want, you can add this. But for now, they don't do anything. Profile image URL. Favorited seller IDs. So which seller has user favorited and saved? Token identifier. This is the token identifier of the Clerk. So Clerk authentication has this token identifier for each user that we will save in users database for each user. And this is how we will search the user with this in the database. I will show you. Custom tag for user, and then Stripe account ID and Stripe setup complete. So what you can do is in your platform you can have all of the sellers, and then you can give them a Stripe account. So Stripe allows you to make sub accounts for each of your sellers. So you can pay them to their Stripe account, to their like sub account, and then from their sub account they can transfer money from to their real account or to their bank account. So you can create Stripe sub accounts for each of. That's what Stripe allows you to do. So we are going to. We want to search by token identifier. So if we have a token identifier, we want to search all of the users to find this particular user that's with this token identifier. And we're going to use that for the currently logged in user. So the currently logged in user with Clerk, we're going to get that user from database as well. So we make an index by token. This is the name. And the field that we will search users by is token identifier. Index by username, username. We can search by username as well. Okay, let's make a new table reviews. Author ID, that's gonna be ID of users. Seller ID of the review. Gig ID, so reviews will be attached to gigs. Comment, just the text. Communication level is gonna be number from 0 to 5. Recommend to a friend number. Service as described, all numbers 0 to 5. We want to search by seller ID, so we want to get all reviews for a particular seller and display it on his on this seller's profile. And then by gig ID, all reviews for this particular gig and display it on gig page. Let's define table skills. So that's gonna be, so this is user skills. So for example, PHP, JavaScript, whatever. So vstring and user ID. This is one-to-many. So if you have one-to-many relation, it's best to, where there is many, you make skill, and then you go back to the user. So the many, in many table, you reference back to the one, to the user. Because one user can have many skills. Okay, so we want to search by user ID. Let's define languages for that user speaks. So language is vstring. User ID, again, one user can speak multiple languages, so we, in the language, we reference back to user ID. Search by user ID. User flags. User ID. Marking type. Why did I call, I forgot why I called this marking type. And then description. So user flags, I think that's like similar to tags, like user tags. I will see what I use this for. Okay, countries, country name, user ID. So this is one-to-one relation because one user can have one country. Index by user ID. Okay, gigs, title of the gig, description of the gig, seller ID. So one user can have multiple gigs, one seller. Okay, subcategory ID and published. It's going to be Boolean, true or false. clicks, just the number of clicks of views to the gig. And then search index by seller ID, by subcategory ID, so we want to display all gigs from a certain subcategory. By published, we want to find all published gigs, for example. And then search index, this is like text search. So title, so if we want to search for all gigs that contain like, I will give you a haircut in the title, this is just text search. Offers, okay, so offers, so each gig has 3 offers, basic, standard, and premium. So gig ID for this particular offer, title of the offer, like haircut for long hair, that's gonna be like a standard or premium haircut. Description of the offer, and then tier. So tier can be V union of V literal, basic, standard, and premium. Literal means this will be like the value. The value of this will be basic. So this tier can be either basic, standard, or premium. Price. So the difference between tier and title is just like you understand, I think. So price of for this offer, delivery days, for example 2 days, revisions. So for example, I offer 2 revisions. Stripe price ID. So we will connect each offer to a Stripe price ID. We will create a price in Stripe. Okay, search by gig ID. So we want to get all offers, 3 offers for this gig. By tier. I think I'm not using this. Why am I searching for tier? I don't know. By gig ID and tier. Maybe if user clicks on a particular, then I need to search for get that from database. We'll see. Orders. So once you click offer, you make an order. It's gonna go here. So offer ID for this order, gig ID, buyer ID, that's gonna be users. Fulfillment status, that can be fulfilled, waiting, pending, whatever. Fulfillment time, so in how much time do you expect this to be fulfilled? Index by buyer ID and by gig ID. So if you want to find all offers for a gig and display, this gig has 20 orders. Gig media is just a table because each gig can have multiple images, videos, whatever. So I have a storage ID. So when you upload the image, it will be stored in our Convex backend, and the ID of that storage point where that image is stored, the ID is we're gonna save that ID here. So then we will use that ID to convert it to get a downloadable link, so we can download the image from that link. But for now, we just store storage ID. Format is MP3, MP4, JPEG, whatever. Gig ID. Okay, so gig media, gig ID. Index by gig ID, search by gig ID, and by storage ID. Okay, categories, name of the category, and that's it. Subcategories, category ID. So one to many relation. So where you have many, you point back to the one. So for each category, you just subcategory, you point back to the category, and the name of the subcategory. Index search by category. So get all. For example, get all subcategories of programming. Okay. By name, also search. FAQ, frequently asked questions. Question, answer. Gig ID. Messages, user ID. Text. Image URL, if you want to send image, it's optional. Scene. I think I'm not using this, but you can make it if you want. Conversation ID. So each message will be connected back to the conversation. And user ID, this should be called like sender ID or author ID of the message. Index, search by conversation ID. So we want to get all messages from this conversation, for example, and then list all of them. And then conversations. Participant 1, participant 2. This is the easiest, the fastest way to do this, although you can do it in a different way, but this is one that works for me the best. It gets very complex if you don't do it like this. Okay, and then we can search by participant 1 ID, or search all like conversations of participant 2 ID, participant 2. So we want to display all conversations of a certain person to the sidebar. Okay, then user favorites. This is all of everything that user favorited. Let's see what, I'm not sure, I forgot. So user ID, gig ID, yeah, so all of the gigs that user favorited. And that's, we must search by gig ID and by user gig. So we want to check if, for example, user has favorited this specific gig, then we would use this by user gig. And then by user as well. This is our schema.prisma. Now make sure you have your npx convex dev running. So npx convex dev. So once this starts running, it will update all of this, will generate these tables. But we have a problem, and the problem is in our create form from create page. We don't have this API.categories, we don't have API gig create, we don't have any of these database functions. So let's create it first. Let's go to our Convex folder next to schema.ts and say gig.ts. So first, we're gonna do some imports that you can import later, not now. So this is if you want to read more about internal mutations, but you can also learn from me. Okay. Export const create, there's gonna be a mutation. Mutation is a database transaction. So what it does, it is updates database, adds new rows, or adds new rows to table, removes a row, whatever, etc. Okay, arguments that we pass to this mutation are going to be title, which will be vstring, description vstring, and subcategory vstring as well, subcategory ID. And then we need to pass in handler function. So what's going to happen in this mutation? Async context arguments. First, we need to check if somebody is logged in into our app. We need to have a logged in user. So identity is equal to await context auth get user identity. So this is this context get user identity. This is going to be the Clerk token identifier. Okay, so this identity is from Clerk, I'm pretty sure. So if there is no identity, throw new error, unauthorized. Okay, so we're gonna return gig ID once we create the gig. But first we need to get the user with this identity from our database. So this is the logged in user from Clerk, but we need to now find this user in the database and get that user object, that user row. Okay, so then we're gonna context database query users, table users, and then with index. So as you remember, we defined index by token. So that's gonna let us query users by token ID, token identifier. So first is the name, second is this q, arrow function, and then q dot equals token identifier. The field token identifier of the user in the database is gonna be equal to identity dot token identifier. So we are looking for the user in the database who has this token identifier of the currently logged in user. And .unique will execute this query, and if there is more than one user with token identifier, then this will throw an error because there shouldn't be more than one. So that's why .unique. Okay, now const gig ID. We're going to create a gig ID with this user as author, as creator, and when we create something in this like mutation in the database, we are going to get gig ID of that created thing back. So await context database dot insert. So when you use insert, you get ID of the inserted thing back. Insert into the table database, into table gigs, and then pass in object. These are parameters. Title is arguments.title. So arguments are here that we pass. Description, arguments description. Subcategory ID is argument subcategory ID. But okay, I'm going to show you. The problem here is string is not assignable to ID subcategories. So this is going to be a string because here it's string. So one way we can deal with this is we can convert this or cast this as ID subcategories. Seller ID, it's gonna be user question mark ID exclamation mark. So this is checking if user exists. Maybe user is null. I think it's better to check it here, but okay. So if user exists, it's gonna be ID, and exclamation mark means every user has ID, so you don't need to worry about if maybe user doesn't have this ID field. Published, false by default. Clicks or views, 0. Let's save this. And that should work. I think instead of casting this from string to this, you can just remove this and keep it like this, but now this should be here. And then import. What's the problem? Okay. So, well, I think we cannot do this. So let's just go back and cast this into this ID subcategories. And that's our create method. We also, in the create form, we need to get this categories.get. So let's go and create in the Convex folder next to gig, say categories.ts. In the categories, we will do some imports. Okay, so export const get query. So query is different from mutation because query is not changing the database data, he's just retrieving. But one advantage with query is that once the data changes, if for example I'm displaying something from database and that data changes in the database, some other user on the other part of the world changes it, it will automatically update on my web browser. So query will pull automatically changes and update my web browser client. Handler, so we should have passed arguments here actually, but okay, let's for now just have a handler function. There is no arguments. Const categories, await context database dot query categories. Collect all, so we just want to collect all of the categories in the database. Categories with subcategories relations. So why is it relations? You'll see. You say categories dot map. You wanna map categories, and for each category, you wanna run context database dot query subcategories. So you wanna, for each category, query subcategories with index by category, and pass q equals category ID is category ID. So you wanna query subcategories, get all subcategories that are subcategories of this category, and do that for each category, and collect all of them. So this is same as unique. This will execute this and collect all of them. Then subcategories. So when you get all the subcategories, you will return an object, spread category, and say subcategories. And so right now, if we take a look at this object, what all of this returns, it's a promise, and then object, array of objects, and it has subcategories, array of subcategories, and then ID of the category, creation, time, and name of category. So this is what you do. When you spread this, you spread it into these three. And then when you add subcategories, then besides these three, you also add array of subcategories. Okay, but why is this relations? Because this is a bunch of promises. You need to resolve these promises. So go here and say categories with subcategories is going to be await promise.all, and inside pass these relations. And now this is not going to be promises, this will just be resolved promises, like this actual array of objects. And just return categories with subcategories. So this is to get all of the categories. Now we made this, we made the other one as well. So let's go back and run npx run dev again. And it looks like it successfully added all of these tables, indexes, everything is working. We only have one more issue, but in our Convex dev, we can check all of the tables that got created. So for example, users table, everything is empty for now. And in functions, we can check our function that we just made. So categories get and gig create. This is the categories get is the same code, and gig create. And lastly, we need to create this hooks useApiMutation. So let's go to outside file, create a new file, useApiMutation.tsx. First, we will use client, then we will import these imports, and then we will say export const useApiMutation, and we will get in mutation function. It can be any. I don't know how to do this without any, so if you know, please tell me. Const pending set pending use state false. So while the mutation is executing, the database is being updated, we will set pending to true. So API mutation, it will be this mutation function. So use mutation from Convex React mutation function. So if you, I don't know if we did this, but if you have a mutation, so let's say creating a gig, you need to first initialize that mutation with this use mutation hook. And then it's gonna be this API mutation variable. So whenever you call this like API mutation here, for example, like that, it's gonna call this mutation function whatever we passed. So for example, in this other case, here we are passing API gig create into use API mutation. So that's gonna be this mutation function create, and then you're gonna pass it here. So this will initialize this mutation, and then we can call it here. So let's go next. We're going to return mutate and pending. We didn't define this mutate yet, so mutate. Let's define this mutate. Payload, that's gonna be arguments. Set pending to true and in the beginning of the mutation. Then return API mutation, is this one, with payload. And then finally, when the mutation executes, we will set pending to false. And then after, so finally is happening after then and after catch. So finally is at the end. But when after the mutation executes, we're gonna have this then return result, and we're also gonna catch error, throw error. So this may be a little bit confusing. So the reason I'm doing this here is so I have this pending state. Here's how it works. Let me just show you once again. So we have this create mutation, API gig create. This is going to create a new gig. So we need to pass this mutation function into our use API mutation that we did. So this is the mutation function. Then we need to initialize mutation with this mutation function. So we pass in mutation function into use mutation to initialize this mutation. And now that mutation will be saved into this API mutation. And now whenever we call this API mutation with these brackets, it's gonna like update the database. It's gonna execute this mutation. And the payload, so the payload comes from calling this mutate. So as soon as we call this mutate, we will then execute this API mutation. And this mutate, we call that with payload. We export it here. So the way we call mutate is here. If I go ahead and find it somewhere here, we are calling the mutate. We're passing in title, description, subcategory ID. So we call this mutate with payload. We set pending to true. And then we use this API mutation with this payload that we passed in into mutate. And then, so I'm gonna set this finally like here, so it makes more sense, and remove this. Okay, so after the mutation is executed, you return result. So that's going to be returned where you called mutate, so here. So if I say a variable const result equals to mutate, it would be saved there. But I need to await, I think, also. If there is an error, throw error, and at the end, just set pending to false. So if we go ahead to /seller and then whatever the username, it doesn't matter here at all, manage gigs and then create, we can see this. Now title, let me just say whatever, it's not important for now. Category, we don't have any categories, we don't have any subcategories. If I click save, these are obligatory. So let's create these categories and subcategories into the database. This is what it's going to look like once we add categories in the database. Let's first, there are multiple ways to do this, but let's create seedcategories.ts in Convex folder and then add some imports. these are the categories that we will have. So it's an array, it must be name, web development. So you can copy this from my GitHub, or you can generate it with ChatGPT or write it yourself. And then export const create mutation, handler, identity check for user identity, we already did this. And then we will just return nothing. And for each category, so for each of these categories, we're gonna map and get category, await context database insert into categories, name will be category.name, and that's it. That's it. So this is going to, so as soon as we call this create, it will insert all of these 10 categories into the database. So we can call this anywhere. So let me just call this whenever I refresh this create page. So let's go here to the create page that we made, and let me start with some imports. Import useEffect from React and use client, and then const insert categories is use mutation API seed categories.create. So this is the mutation function that we're going to initialize. And then if we call this, so we're going to create useEffect. So as soon as the page loads, we will call this insert categories and pass empty object as arguments, because there aren't any. So if I go ahead and delete all of the documents, as soon as I go here and refresh this page, it will automatically use useEffect and it will add, okay, there is 20. I mean, one way we can fix this is just delete the last 10. So from web development until web development, just delete all of these. Or you could have inserted this manually or whatever, but I wanted to show you through a script. So you could have just went here, add document, and then like say name this. So this is our way. Oh my God, we could have just copied. We don't need to write all of this even. But I want to show you how to do it through this. So we could have just copied all of this and like that. And then save, and it's going to insert all of them. Now to add subcategories. Let's create seed subcategories.ts in Convex folder. Start with some imports. So you need to copy this from here or generate it from ChatGPT. What's important is the number of subcategories per category. So for me it's 7. So my code works with 7. You can change this code. Okay. Let's export const create mutation, handler, return nothing, check logged in user, categories. So we're gonna query all categories, collect all categories, and then we wanna check if we wanna also collect all subcategories, and if there are subcategories, we wanna return. So we don't want this to add 2-3 times same subcategory. So this is just for checking if there are already subcategories. After that, we will say await promise.all categories.flatMap. The difference between flat map and map, flat map will flatten arrays, I think. So if it's multi-dimensional, it will flatten it into one-dimensional. Okay. And then const create subcategory, category subcategories. So for each category, we want to map const category subcategories. So we want to look at these subcategories and take first 7, and then second 7, and then 7 again. So this is what code does. It says subcategories.slice index times 7. From this to index plus 1 times 7. So for example, if the index is 2, it's going to go from here to here. From index 7 to this. Okay, I think that's it. And then we will return category subcategories.map category name. We want to insert into subcategories. We want to say category ID is category ID and name subcategory name. I'm not actually sure why ChatGPT used flat map here. I think you can just use map, so it doesn't matter, because this is not getting returned anywhere. It's just getting resolved. So for each category, we will add all subcategories. So we don't need to like any mapping arrays and anything. So now let's call this function. So in our create page or wherever, whichever page, I'm gonna change this to insert subcategories and then use mutation API seed subcategories create. And then I'm just gonna call this mutation in use effect. So let me save this, and as soon as I refresh this page, it should 70 subcategories should appear. And now we can go ahead and remove this and this, all of this, so we don't need this anymore. That's just for like create inserting categories and subcategories, and it will not change again. So now if I select a category, artificial intelligence is gonna offer cognitive computing, whatever, so I can select it. I will do something, so I will teach you AI, just like that, and save. And this should when I press save, nothing happens. And when I go here to logs from Convex, I can see that seller ID is not provided. So that's not gonna work. So go here into gig.ts, and we need to remove this question mark. So seller ID must be obligatory. So I'm going to say, I just added this, if user is null, return. So currently user will be null because we don't have anywhere where we're adding the user to database. So let's go up here in the app. I will make a new file, and I'm gonna say normal brackets dashboard and then slash page.tsx. So when you have a route in these normal brackets, that means that this page.tsx will be displayed in this app as if it's in this app folder, so at the route. So this folder, this route is ignored. It's just for organization. Okay, first we're gonna use client. Some imports. Interface dashboard props. Search parameters. Search optional string. Favorites optional string, and filter optional string. So if we go back to the root route, what these things are is it's gonna be here like I forgot exactly the syntax, but something like search equals whatever the search name, haircut, whatever. But there will be like some, I think, question mark or something here. So this is to have just these parameters, so we can use this to search, to display favorites, or to filter somehow. Let's export default dashboard, and then let's say const dashboard is equal, pass in search parameters, and give it the type dashboard props, this type, and then this will be arrow function, return, gig list, and pass in query search parameters. So for now, I think we just want to comment this because we don't have this yet, and we want to comment this maybe. And let me just return like a normal div, just hi, whatever. And for this to work, we need to delete, because this page is now inside of the app, but there is another page TSX inside of app, so we need to delete this because they are parallel, they are at the same route. And now this is what we get displayed. Now what I want to do is I want to get use effect. I want to save the user as if he's not saved in the database. Let's go in the Convex folder and gig.ts. I'm going to say users.ts. So we want to start with export const store. So we want to store the user. It will be mutation. Arguments handler. Argument is empty. Check the identity. We did this. Okay, we want, so if the user might be renaming also. So we want to maybe have this functionality to rename, change name. Await context database dot query users with index by token. Actually, this is not rename. This is just looking for the user with index by token, and then token identifier will be identity to token identifier, and then get unique. And this is for renaming. If user is not null, if user username is different from identity nickname, Then we will await context database patch. We will update. So ID is user.id that we want to patch. And then I want to say pass in object and say username is identity.name. But why did I put name and not nickname? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. But we will fix this. Let me just continue. So we will return user ID. I will return to this. So here we will also return user ID to be consistent. So if user is null, then we will add the user to the database. So we will store user ID. When you store something to the database, it will return the ID of the newly stored entry. Await context database insert users, pass in object, full name, identity.name, token identifier, identity token identifier, title, about, username, identity.nickname, profile image URL is identity profile image URL. So let's change this identity.name to identity.nickname, like that. And also we need to make sure these are actually like these exist, because we are telling that they exist, but we need to enforce this in Clerk. So let's go to Clerk.com and make these things obligatory. So here in your Fiverr clone, email, phone, username, we will set username to required. So it says required. And we will also set name and then click here to make it required. Continue and save changes. Sorry guys, I think my video was not 720p, but now it is. So let's go here into dashboard, use effect, and then make this arrow function. Let's say just like store, and that's it. But above that we need to say const store. It's gonna be use mutation, API users store, and then we need to execute this in the use effect. So let's just say if store changes, this will also store again. And then const store user is async function that has this body, await store and pass in empty object. So this is the mutation store, and store user is the function. So let's just call this function here, because this is how we need to call our async functions in use effect. Just make sure to also import this mutation in the users.ts, and now it should work. If I go ahead and refresh this, the logged in user should appear here. But the problem is we don't have set up username when we logged in and when we created account. So we need to delete this account and like register again. So I want to go to users and just delete user. And now I want to refresh this, continue with Google, and now it will ask me for username. Let me just choose this, continue. And now it should added me properly. And now I exist in the database. And now if I go to the whatever, so this is sellers, like just to this, and then /create, I should be able to create a new gig. Let's check here. So if I fill the data and press save, we have a new gig. Let's go. And it's sent us to this gig page, but it doesn't exist yet. But this works. Next, let's go inside of manage gigs and add a new file. It should be edit/gig ID in these square brackets and page tsx. This is for editing the gig. Okay, so first thing, we will use client. There is a bunch of imports. Do not import them right now. Import them as we code, but just I would suggest you import this use router from next/navigation right now, so you don't import it from next/router accidentally later. It must be from next/navigation. Then interface, edit page props, parameters, gig ID string. So this will be in, I will show you. So this is link. It's going to be this link, manage gigs, edit, and then some gig ID. So you need to get this from URL. That's going to be the gig ID that you need. Then you want to make const edit and export default edit. So you need to export default when it's a page. It's not a component, but a page. Extract parameters and give it edit page props. Okay, then we need to get gig by gig ID from database. So use query. This is use query here from Convex React. And we need to send in the function that we will call. It's going to be API gig get, which we don't have yet. And then the parameters for this query are ID parameters.gig ID as gig ID, as ID gigs, because this is string. So this gig ID, this parameter that we are getting is a string, and we need to cast it as this ID. Okay, so this is our query that we will run. We will make this soon to get the gig based on gig ID from database. Published, use query, and then API gig is published, and pass in the ID of the gig again. So we want to check if this gig that we are editing is published. Const. Okay, so we want to use our useApiMutation that we defined, that we made this file just earlier. You can go back and rewatch what this file does. So we get mutate and pending. And we will rename mutate to remove and pending to remove pending, because we will have multiple API mutations, so we need to remove these, rename these. And then pass in the mutation is going to be API gig remove. So we will create this as well. We don't have this. Okay, then another API mutation. Mutate will be publish and pending will be publish pending. And we're going to pass in API gig publish. So this is another mutation that we will make. And then another mutation. Mutate is unpublish and unpublish pending. And API gig unpublish is the mutation that we will pass. Okay, so router, use router, make sure it's from next/navigation. Identity is use auth. This is from Clerk NextJS. Generate upload URL. Use mutation. So when you want to upload the image and store it into here files, you need to generate first an upload URL that's going to let you upload post image to that URL when uploading it to Convex. So generate upload URL will be a mutation. We're going to say API gig media generate upload URL. That's going to return our upload URL. After that, we want to say image input is going to be use ref HTML input element null. So I'm not sure why I use this, but I'm referencing this image input element for some reason. I forgot why. We will see later. Okay. And then selected image and set selected image use state file array of files and set it to empty array as initial value. So when we select images to upload, there will be that will be an array of files. Before we upload them, we just select them through the window. You know, the upload image selection window. I will show you. Send images, use mutation. API gig media send image. I think this is upload image. We'll see. I think this is upload for uploading the image. Okay. And then if there is no identity, throw error unauthorized. You must have these mutations before if, because you cannot have these mutations. These are hooks after if, so they cannot render conditionally. They must be before always. The hooks must be before conditions. Undefined means it's still retrieving. So if gig is undefined or publish is undefined, then return null. So we don't want to, or you can return loading state or return loading, whatever. You want to show something. If gig is null, gig not found. So we will just, so if the gig ID here in the URL is wrong ID, that there is no gig with this ID in this URL, then we just want to say not found on the page. Okay. Handle send image. So this is like handle upload image. It should be called. Okay, async function. Okay, and the event form event. So I think this is going to be a form submission. So we're going to use this. Okay, so prevent default. We will prevent the page from reloading when we submit this form. We will make the form later. Okay, but now if gig is undefined, return. So if gig is still loading. I think it will not be undefined though. I think you don't need this at all, because this will return, so it will not come to this if it's undefined. Non-nullable gig. Let me see what this is. Gig as doc gigs. Okay, so gig might be null, but it's not gonna be null. I think I added this after I added this, so that's why. But so gig is not gonna be null, so gig will. So I think you don't need any of these. Step 1, get a short-lived upload URL. Okay, so post URL is await generate upload URL. So generate upload URL, where do we have this? Here. I said that when you call this, say use mutation and pass in mutation, this will be the generated URL. But no, it will not actually. This will be a function, a mutation, that when you call, it will generate upload URL. So this is how you define. So you say use mutation and pass in the database function, and that's how you define this mutation. And now when you call it, it will now return the URL wherever you want to call it. Okay, then await promise also. We want to resolve all promises, but we haven't defined those promises yet. So we're going to go through all of the selected images, and then for each image, we're going to do some asynchronous function. So we're going to say result is going to be equal to await fetch. Okay, so post URL is our upload URL that we upload, that we send the image to. And then we need to say method post headers content type image.type. So that's going to be, I think, like PNG or JPEG. And then body image. So this is going to be a file type. Okay, so we're going to send image, this image, to this URL, upload URL. And then const.json is await result.json. So we just convert the result, we parse it into JSON. If result is not okay, so not result okay, throw error, upload failed, and then we just show the response why it failed and stuff. Okay. If it is okay, then it will skip this if, and it will. We can extract from this JSON. We can extract storage ID. You can read more about this in Convex documentation about file uploading. Save the newly allocated storage ID to the database. So when you upload a file to Convex, it will return storage ID of that file, and you can save that into the database. So you know. So await send image. So yeah. So the reason I call this send image is if I call this upload image, that would be problematic because this is not uploading image. This is just saving uploaded image storage ID into database. So I need to pass in storage ID. So storage ID is equal to storage ID. This has the same name, so I can like say like this storage ID. But because this is the same name, you don't need to do this. Format image gig ID is non-nullable gig.id. Okay. Let me go next. Okay, if there is an error in this send image, console log error and toast error, minimum 5 files, maximum 5 files reached. So each gig can have only 5 files. And we will define how it's going to check number of files inside of this send image mutation that we are going to. We didn't make this yet. So inside of that mutation, set selected images to empty array. So we uploaded all images. Now selected images are going to be empty array. Image input current value is empty string. Okay. So this is the image input. We are referencing this input field. This is where we are referencing the image input field. And once we upload images, we're going to set this variable like this. And we're going to say current exists. The value is empty string. I think you can do this in a different way as well, but you can. I think you can maybe use this controlled input. You don't need to reference it, but okay. Okay, so let's say on publish. So when we click publish the gig, this was images. But now let's say about publishing. Console log published. Or this is going to be true or false. If not published, if this is false, then this will be not false true. Then we want to publish. and we want to send IDs parameters.gigid as ID gigs. I think it would also be possible to maybe in the interface say like this. And then you don't need to cast it anywhere. But let's just keep it like this for now. Okay, so publish. We send the gig ID of the ID we want to publish. Catch error, console log error, toast. Error, so toast is your toaster, is like notifications. So let's actually, I forgot to add this toaster. Let me save this for a moment. And let's go to app, layout. And here, I think just above everything, just add toaster from Sonar. Like that. I think this should work. So now, this is going to show notifications. If it doesn't, maybe we need to add the other one from, not from Sonar, but from UI Toaster or something. I'm not sure. So we'll see. Okay, so fail to publish. Please make sure there is at least one image, 3 offers, and a description. Else, so if this is not published, we will publish. But if it is published, then we will unpublish. ID of the gig we want to unpublish, and that's it. On delete, when we want to delete this gig, remove, we call remove mutation and pass in gig ID. This is string, so we need to cast it as this. And then router back. So just go to the previous as if you click the back button on your browser. Okay, now let's make some return statement. We want to have these like fragments. They don't add a new div element, they just, but you must return, everything must be inside of one element. So that's why you need to have this outside element, whatever it is. Okay, so space, so we're creating a div. This is a responsive, mobile responsive. So on extra large, medium devices, it will have these different paddings. Okay, and then we want to flag justify to the end, padding right and space x2. Let me see what this is. So we have a button. This is button from UI components at UI components. Okay, so this button will be disabled if publish pending or unpublished pending. So I think this button is for publishing. Okay, then variant is default, on click on publish. And so this button is going to show either unpublish or publish text. So if it's published, it's going to show unpublish, otherwise it's going to show publish. And so when I click this button, it's going to say unpublish. Okay, I think, let's continue. I think you understand. And once you publish, okay, so below this button or next to it, because this is flex, so next to this button, there will be this link. And you will be able to preview. So if you click this link, this button, you will be pushed to this, this link. So it's going to be /gig seller username, gig ID. So this is just, it's going to push you to the page of this gig. And then disabled, if it's like remove pending, you cannot be previewing. Yeah, okay, so variant secondary. If you want to see these variants, you can search for button tsx. So here we have all of the variants, and this is like just the Tailwind CSS styling. So secondary is gonna have these. You can add your own variant below here, like whatever. Let's go back and continue. Then we have another button, and this will be delete button. So disabled is when remove pending. Variant secondary, on click on delete. I think it's clear. Title editor. So we want to make it so that user can just click the title and change it. It's going to be like an input field. We need to pass in gig ID and title. So we will make this component soon. Okay, below that, we have width 800 pixels. Images. So we want to show images for the gig. So images will be gig.images. This is also a component that we will make. Title, gig title. Allow delete. True. So in this case, we will true because we want to allow delete if we are on editing page. So allow delete true. But if we are on the gig preview page, the gig page, then it's going to be false. Below images, let's say handle send image. So this is the form for uploading the images. So this will only be on this edit page. So on submit handle send image, let me go here. So this is our form submission. We defined it here. Okay, let's see. And then we want to have label. So this label is from UI components. Everything is from UI components that we install from ShadCN. Font normal, add up to 5 images. Div flex space x2. Input from UI components, set UI components. Okay, so ID image. I don't think you need ID. Type file, accept image, and then all kinds of images. So JPEG, PNG, whatever. A reference is this image input that I explained here. Okay, on change we have this event, and we're gonna say set selected images array.from event.target.files or empty array. So if there are selected files, you set this set selected images to array of those files, or you send to empty array. And you allow this input to select multiple files. So I will show you all of this. So when you click the input, it will pop up a search window, and you will be able to select multiple files. And then some class names, so cursor, pointer, wfit, with fit, background, etc. disabled if selected images.length is different from 0. So if the user has selected images, then we will offer the user to upload the images and not to select again. Then we have upload image button. So we will type submit disabled selected images. So if selected images is 0, then upload images button is disabled because we need to have some selected images. Below that, flex, rounded border, rounded medium border, zinc. So we have this kind of text. So it's gonna say creator, and then this should be seller ID. I hard coded my name here, but I think it should be seller ID. So I'm going to change this. So this should be like, I think, seller.id or something, but it's hard coded right now. But we don't get seller anywhere, so I think we need to get like seller or gig. Let me see here. Okay, I'm going to continue, but you can use query. This is your task if you want to learn more. You can either remove this if you don't want to do it, or you can use query to get seller ID somehow. I will see how. Okay, offers editor. So offers will be like premium, standard, basic, and then just gig ID. And then about this gig, it will be h2 title, and then description. I want to set description outside of this div. And the initial content gig.description, editable true, class name, and gig ID will be gig.id. Okay, so that's it. This is the whole file. There was nothing here. There was just some empty text like. But this is the whole file, and we need to now create all of these components. So first of all, it looks like we don't need a bunch of these edits. So we're not using this offers. We're not using this convex image. We're not using this CN. We're also not using this file upload, it seems, and we are not using this image. Let's start by making this database mutation. So let's go to gig.ts. Down below at the bottom, let's make a new export const get. It's gonna be a query, and we're gonna pass in this object. So it's gonna have arguments. It's gonna be id, v.id gigs, and handler function. First, we're gonna get the gigs. So await context database get arguments.id. If gig is null, gig not found. Although we are not checking for user identity, which we maybe should. But okay. Then we wanna, so we don't wanna just return gig. We wanna also return like offer, seller, a lot of other things besides this gig. So we wanna get seller. Await context database get seller gig.seller ID as ID users. Then if there is no seller, throw new error, seller not found. Country, await context query countries by user ID, and then pass in the seller ID to query the countries. Must be unique. Okay, if there is no country, country not found. Languages of the user. So because this gig page, it will show not only the gig, but the user, languages, countries, user, offers, orders, everything. Reviews, I think also. We want to query languages by user ID. So all of the languages of this user, collect all of them. Seller with country and languages. So we need to now put everything into an object. So we spread the seller. It's going to spread all of these fields. Country, country, language, languages. So if we take a look at this, it's going to be country object, languages object, array of languages, and then the seller will be spread. Okay. Gig with seller. Spread the gig. Seller, seller with country and languages. So now when we say gig with seller dot seller dot country. But besides seller, everything else will be, the gig will be spread. So we add a new attribute seller to this gig that we spread. Get last fulfillment. So last fulfillment away, so query orders with index by gig ID. So get orders from this gig. Order descending. This is by, I think, by date created. And then the first. So this will be the last order. The last order. Now, I think I'm calling this fulfillment and order. Those are not the same thing. So I think we should call this like the last order. Gig with seller and last fulfillment. We want to spread gig with seller. And we want to add attribute last fulfillment. So I don't know if you know what spreading means, but it just means it's taking all of these attributes of the gig and just copy them and pasting them here. Okay. Images, it's gonna be query gig media, so we need to get gig images with index by gig ID. So get all images by this gig ID and collect. Images with URLs. Await promise, so we need to resolve all promises because for each image we're gonna map images. So for each image we're gonna we need to retrieve each image from storage. So right now these images are just storage IDs. They are not actual like images and URLs. So for each of those storage ID we need to generate image URL for that image. So await context storage get URL and pass in storage ID. So that's gonna return image URL. If there is no image URL, image not found. And then spread the image, all of this, and then at the bottom below format, we're gonna add URL is equal to image URL. So if I go here, it will be, as you can see, all of the images spread, and then also URL is string. Gig with seller and last fulfillment and images. Spread gig with seller and last fulfillment and say images will be images with URL. So images and then last fulfillment and then everything else. And then return gig with seller and last fulfillment and images. So this is the whole object. We have everything here. So if I save this, now we have API gig get. Now let's make API gig is published to check if it's actually a lot shorter, I think. So below get, let's say export const is published query, and we're gonna get arguments ID for this gig and handler function. Const gig is await context database get arguments.id. So we wanna get this gig, and then gig. So check if it's null. Dot published or false. So if this is null or undefined, or if it's not published, then we're gonna get false, so not published. Below that, let's say make publish. So this is the next one that we need to make, publish, and then publish. This is short also. So publish will receive ID of the gig handler. Gig, we're gonna get this gig again. There is no gig throw error. Media, we need to get all of the gig media by this gig ID. So we need to check if there is. So we want to collect all of the media by gig ID and check if, okay, well, let's also collect all offers. So that's going to be premium, basic, and standard, I think. So offers by gig ID, collect. I think you understand what this, I explained it. So if you don't understand, just tell me below. If media length 0 or gig description is empty string or offers length is different from 3, throw new error, gig needs at least 1 image to be published, and 3 offers and a description. So you can add that here. Okay, await. Okay, so if this is true, then we can publish. So patch arguments.id, so the gig ID, and then published true. And return gig if you want, but I don't think we need to return gig. Below that, export constant publish. This is shorter, I think. So we get gig ID handler, get the gig if there is no gig throw error, and then just patch published false and return gig. There is just 3 more and those are shorter. So gig remove, gig media generate upload URL, and gig media send image or save image to database. Export const remove. So this is inside of gig.ts. That's gonna be mutation. Gig ID of the gig we want to remove. Handler. We check identity. So if somebody is logged in or not. We should have checked it probably here as well, everywhere, at every function. Okay, so user ID is identity.subject. I don't know if this is, wait, this may be a mistake. Let's see. Existing favorite. Yeah, so if we favorited the gig, it's going to be saved into a different table. So we need to also delete the favorites. Query user favorites with index by user gig and queue. User ID is user ID. Gig ID is gig, arguments gig. Unique. I think this is, I don't write this. I think this is a mistake. So we will fix it. Let's see. Okay, so if there is the favorite exists with this user and this gig ID, then we need to delete that favorite. So context database delete existing favorite.id. And then we can await context database delete arguments.id. So we want to delete this gig after deleting the favorites or favorite. So I'm not sure if this identity, I think this is not the same ID. This is not the same ID that we have in our database. So I'm gonna do this. So user is await context database query users with this token identifier and then get unique and then user ID. I'm just gonna comment this and I'm gonna say user ID will be user.id like that. But I need to also check if user is null, return. And now we don't need this question mark. So I'll see if this works. If it doesn't, we will fix it. I think this will work. If we go back, we need to create this gig media.ts and generate upload URL and send image. So let's go here to Convex folder again. Next to gig.ts, I'm gonna say gig media.ts. So let's start by few imports. Export const generate upload URL mutation. And then async context. So this is another way you can do this mutation without handler function. So return await context storage generate upload URL. Okay. And then we want to say send image. It will be a mutation. Arguments storage ID vid underscore storage format vstring and gig ID will be v.id gigs. Handler. Check how many images are already uploaded. Const gig media await context database query gig media with index by gig ID, collect. If gig media length more than 5, throw a new error, you can upload up to 5 files. Please delete a media before uploading a new one. And then await database insert gig media, storage ID, argument storage ID, format arguments format, gig ID, arguments gig ID, and that's it. This is how you save uploaded image to the database. And there is no more errors from our database. We just need to make a few of these components now. So add components description, add component images. Let's make those two first. So let's go here to under app. We're gonna say just in components description.tsx and images.tsx. So in images, we want to say use client. Now I'm not sure if we are using all of these imports, so you don't even need to import them now, but later. Interface image props, so images, image with URL type. This type we will define. So this is image that also has like URL. So image type, I will show you. So title, allow delete, and class name optional. Okay, below that we're gonna say export const images, extract all of these fields, image, title, allow, delete, class name from image props. Const is hovered, set is hovered, to use state false, and then return. Okay, so this is carousel from UI carousel. Class name select none. On mouse enter. We're gonna say set is hovered to true. On mouse leave. It's gonna be set is hovered to false. So we have this set is hovered, the state that we track. Then we set carousel content, and we're gonna pass in the class name. These are like Tailwind CSS classes, or empty string if this doesn't exist, if it's undefined. Images.map, so for each image, we're gonna return something. Carousel item, key, because you are mapping, so you need to use key prop here. Aspect ratio 16:9, this is from UI components. Allow delete, then we will say actions. So this is like it's not a drop down menu, it's a button. So side bottom, side offset 10, storage ID, image storage ID. So these are actions from this, but we will make it. And then trash 2, so this is icon from just icon trash 2. Okay, below that, let's show the image. Source is gonna be image URL, or I think this is just a placeholder image. And then fill, because this image tag, that's from I'm not sure where it is, it's from next image. It must have either width and height or fill, and then class name. So below this carousel content, we want to say carousel previous. So these are previous and next buttons for if you have multiple images. Class name, this is just position of that button and the looks. Carousel next, class name the same. So this is our image viewing like component that's gonna get in a list of images, and then we can view them. So let's now go ahead and create these actions. So we're gonna copy this underscore components underscore actions, and then we'll go to this file path. So that's our edit file that we made in our app. So here's seller edit. We have gig ID, and then inside of that we have components actions. So let's make like this actions.tsx. So underscore components actions tsx. But before all of that, let me let's go and see what this page looks like. So here in the edit gig ID page, manage gigs edit gig ID, I want to comment this. I want to comment this. And then I want to comment title editor, because we don't have this made. I just want to see what all of this looks like. So I'm going to comment this and offer editor. And now there should be no errors. We just need to now load the proper gigs. So this is not the proper gig ID. So let me go here to data, gigs, and copy this gig ID. And now we need to paste it here so it's a proper ID. The first problem we have is country not found. So let's go here to countries and let's actually go to users and copy this user ID and to countries. And I want to add a document manually, user ID, country Hungary, save. Okay, if I go ahead and refresh this again, this is what our page looks like. And now I can say select choose files and show all files, for example. And let me go ahead and select, I can select multiple files and then I can upload the image. Let's see what happens. Element type is invalid. Okay, we didn't finish this, but I think you see how this works and I think it works well. But now we're not really able to see this. So let's go here to image with the, so first of all, I want to comment out these actions in, this is images TSX. And then I want to comment these actions out. Actually, I'm going to comment all of this. We don't need it. And let's just quickly make these types. So in the outermost file, click say types / index.tsx or ts. Here let's say export type image with URL type. It's going to be doc gig media. And so we need to extend this type of gig media with an object URL string. And now let me import this. So save this. Now this is resolved. Another thing is if you want to display images from a URL in next/image tag, we need to add that to next. We need to add that URL to nextconfig.js. So let's go to nextconfig.mjs in my case. Inside of nextconfig, we want to make some space and say images and object, domains, and then array, and then copy paste this domain that it tells you. If you want to display images from other domains, then you need to add them. So these are some domains that I'm adding. I think whenever you are displaying image from these domains, then you should add them. So this is, for example, for my placeholder image. It's from this domain. Now we need to refresh. It's going to recompile everything and just wait a bit. And the images are shown. Yeah, the images are shown and we can cycle through them. These are bad images that I uploaded, but now you can see how this looks like. So if we go to our Convex files, you can see the 3 images that I uploaded. I can delete them, but make sure you also delete the gig media like storage IDs here if you delete an image. Yes, this looks ugly a little bit, but we will add navbar. This will not be on the top, so it will look better. Now let's go back to actions in our edit gig ID components actions, and let's continue with this. This will let us delete and do other actions. So use client, a bunch of imports that you don't actually need to import now, but later. Interface. So this will let us either rename, and then we have a confirm modal, everything. So interface action props, children React node, side, drop down menu content props side. So this will be top, left, right, the side of the drop down menu, side offset. It's going to be value in fixed pixels, and this is from Radix UI. Okay, and then storage ID is going to be string, export const actions, extract all of these, and then that's going to give it action props type. So const on open, use rename modal, so we're going to create this. We don't have this yet, but we will extract on open. Mutate pending from useApiMutation, and we're going to say API gig media remove. So this is for removing this media. When we click delete button on delete, mutate storage ID. So we will delete the with storage ID, and then we will say toast success board, or it should be gig deleted. Or no, this should be image deleted, or I think this is image deleted because it's storage ID. Catch, so fail to delete board, fail to delete image. Return, give it some div, and then confirm modal. So we want to be able to confirm if we want to delete the image. Header, delete image, question mark. This will delete the image and all of its contents. Just this will delete the image. Okay, disable pending. So while this is being deleted, it's gonna be disabled. On confirm is on delete. So this confirm modal, we will also make it. We don't have it yet. Okay, so inside we say button. This will be passed as children to the modal. And then variant destructive. These are class names. Trash2 icon. And delete text. So first let's go ahead and inside of gig media, let's make this remove. So let's go to Control P and look for gig media. And below, we're gonna say export const remove mutation. And then argument storage ID and handler. Okay, now we need to say const media is await context database query. So query the gig media with index by storage ID. And then execute it get unique. If there is no media, media not found. And then we want to delete based on this media ID. And then we want to delete this. Okay, so there are two things we want to delete. As I said, we have a file that we want to delete, and we want to then delete it from the gig media storage. So in gig media, here. We want to delete it from this storage as well. So first we will look for it in the storage, then we will delete from the database and delete from storage. And sorry, this is not looking in the storage, this is looking in the table. So let's now go to, so we are actually not using rename on this on rename model. I'm not sure, I think I will just comment this out. And this because we are not using the rename model. I maybe show you later how to use it, but let's now just say components and confirm model. So let's go here. Let's go to components and then make a new file, confirm modal.tsx. Here we want to use client and then import all of this stuff, but not now, later. Interface confirm modal props, children. So that's going to be the button that we passed and everything. When we encapsulate this component, so let me show you. So here, this confirm model. We have this confirm model, and these are all the props, but also this is, inside of it is passed as children. So let me go to confirm model and continue here. On confirm is going to be a function that returns void, disabled boolean, header string, description string. Okay, export const confirm model, children, so extract all of this, give it type confirm model props, and make an arrow function. Handle confirm, on confirm. So you just call this function whatever it was. So return alert dialog. Alert dialog is like a pop-up alert. So alert dialog trigger as children. So you need to say as child because this is a button, and this children is also going to be a button because we are passing button as children. So you cannot have button inside of a button, but you can if you say as child. So when you click the button, then this will open the content. Alert dialog header, alert dialog title is header, alert dialog description, alert dialog footer, cancel, and confirm. And confirm will have disabled, and on click handle confirm. So now let's go to images.tsx, and here where I say allow delete actions, let's uncomment all of this again. And then let's uncomment this import. So if I save all of this, now we have this delete button. And I have it for each image. And if I press delete here, this is our confirm dialog, confirm. And now that image should be deleted. So there is only one image, and in files there is only two images here. So I can cycle through two of them, but there is no more than two. And I can delete this one as well. And now there is only one. So now let's do the description. So in the page TSX of gig.id edit, we wanna uncomment this that was commented, and we wanna scroll down and uncomment this description. So now let's go to our description. So description TSX, and here we wanna start by saying use client. Also, we wanna go to blocknotejs.org and click here docs, quick start, and copy this and npm install these two libraries. Then in the description, these are all of the imports that you can import as you go, but you need to import this manually and this manually. And for me, this is like showing that cannot find this module, but I think this is a mistake, like a bug, because this module does exist. Then let's say interface description props. ID is gig ID. Initial content string, so maybe there is already some description that we will display. Editable boolean, and then class name. So editable, so depends on if we are on the edit page, we will want the user to be able to edit the description, but if not, then we will just show the description. Class name is like Tailwind CSS. So export const description, ID, initial, everything, extract that from this type. Const update use mutation API gig update description. Editor. We will make this gig. You don't have it, it will be red underlined, but we will make it. So editor will be use create block node, initial content. It will be this initial content that we passed. Question mark. So if it exists, we will JSON parse. So if initial content exists, then we will JSON parse in this initial content, or it's gonna be undefined. So either this or undefined, depending on if it exists. Handle change. If editor document exists, content length is JSON stringify editor document.length. If content length is more than 20,000 characters, but also keep in mind, this is not 20,000 characters of pure description. This is also like the whole JSON file with all the data, metadata for the description. So there is like maybe 5,000 characters of like just those JSON other characters. Okay, update. So we want to update the description, the API mutation here. Gig ID and description. So description will be JSON stringify editor document.null.to. I forgot what this does with null.to. You can maybe ask ChatGPT, but so this is the description. The description is going to be here in the description field. You see, this is this whole what it's gonna look like. So this is, for example, the text is gonna be. I have it. I don't have it here. I think it's empty. So we'll see. Okay, next. Else. So if content length is more than 20,000, content is too long, not saved. Duration 200, so this is toast error, like notification. Duration 2 seconds, icon alert, octagon. And then we want to return, so we want to display. Block node view, so we want to display that. Editor is editor. Editable, theme light or dark. On change, handle change. Class name is class name. And that's it. So now let's scroll up and let's make this mutation. So API gig and then update description. So let's go here to gig.ts. So in the gig we're gonna say export const update description mutation. Arguments ID, gig ID and description. Handler. Const identity is await context auth generate user identity. Check if identity does not exist. Unauthorized. const description, args description trim. If no description, throw new error description is required. Description length is more than 20,000. Description is too long. Await context database patch. So we want to patch the gig. This is the ID of the gig, and say description arguments.description and return gig. So that should work. Ignore this error. So if I go here to description, you should see this, and I should be able to add description. And if I just click anywhere else, it should automatically be updated here. And if I go into description, this is the text. I should be able to add description. And if I hard refresh this page, the description is still there. And it's editable because we are on this like edit URL. But I'm gonna make this not editable when it's gonna be in the the gig page. Let's continue with title editor. So uncomment title editor in the gig edit page, and let's go below and uncomment this as well. Oh, I commented it twice. Oh my god, what's happening? Okay, let me uncomment it manually. So I'm not really sure what this import path is, but let me actually say /component/title editor, and then let me copy this, and I want to go to components and create title editor.tsx. So first use client and some imports that you can import later. I think we need to, I don't know if we have this installed, React text area auto size. Maybe you need to install this, or you have this installed, I don't know. Okay, title editor props, ID is gig ID, title, and title is string. Title editor, ID title, extract that, give it this type, arrow function. Const input ref is useRef, element ref, text area, and then set default value to null. So we need to reference the text area that's gonna be like our title input. It's not gonna be input field. Okay, then const isEditing, set isEditing, use state false. Value, set value of the title, use state title, so it's gonna be emp or whatever the string is. Then update, use mutation, API gig update, we need to create this. Enable input. So depending on if it's editing or not, then input will be enabled. Set isEditing true. Set timeout 0. So I think this is, so we want to set value to title. I will explain why this way. Set value title, and set input element is input ref current, and then we want to focus the current, the input when we enable editing, and then we want to set selection range. So the reason I'm using set timeout is to make sure this execute after the current execution callback as explained here. And so this will let browser update the UI, and then it will execute this. And what this part does after the focus is it's gonna set your cursor at the end of the title. So when you focus the input field, the text area, actually not the input, it will set the cursor at the end so you can continue typing at the end of title. So let's go after disable editing, set editing is false. On input, value string, set value value. This is value of the title of the input text area field, that is. Update, ID, title. So we want to update on input, we want to set the value, and we also want to save it in the database. If there is no value, then it's untitled. On key down, event. So we want to, if you press enter, we want to do something. So React keyboard event, HTML text area element, arrow function. If key is enter, prevent default. So I think this will, what is it going to do? Disable editing. Okay. So I think this will not make a new row, like go to new row with enter, but it will just disable editing. So save, return, div, is editing, return something if it's editing. So if we are editing, return text area auto size. Reference is input, so you want to reference this text area. On blur means like when you defocus, when you click somewhere else, disable editing. On key down is on key down, so check if enter is pressed. Value value. On change, on input, and then pass in e target value. So this is the text, the new text, the whole text of this text area field, and some custom CSS, max length 60. And then we wanna, so if it's not editing, it will show this div. On click enable input. So as soon as you click this, we wanna set enable editing. Class name, title. We just want to show title. So if I save this, we also need to make this update real quick. So let's go to gig.ts. But even now, you see the title is displayed. It will just throw an error if I try to edit it. Yeah, there is an error because gig update doesn't exist. But you see how when I click it, it turns into a text area. But right now it's a div. So let's make this updating. Let's go to gig.ts and say const update mutation. Arguments is gig ID and title. Handler. Check the identity. No identity unauthorized. Title is arguments title trim, so you wanna remove trailing, white space, trailing, new line, everything. If title doesn't exist, title is required. If title length more than 60, which it cannot be because we already have another check in input field max length, then title cannot not be longer than 60 characters. And then await context database patch, so ID of the gig, and then what we're gonna patch is title. And return gig, although we don't need to return anything. So that's it. Now if I go ahead, wait for a moment, I think we just need to wait for this to like finish. Okay, now it's finished. So if I say this, if I refresh, I think you see the title has this 1, 2, 3 in the database and it's saved here. So if I do this, it's gonna, as soon as I defocus, it's gonna immediately, as soon as I change, it's gonna update the database. So whatever I do, it's gonna update. And now let's go back to the whole gig page and let's make offers editors. So 3 offers. So I save this. It's in components offers editor. Let's copy this offers editor. And let's go here and say like that. So we're gonna put this next to this page. So in these components, not in general components, but in these components, because this will only be applied like used here. Offers editor.tsx. Let's delete this offers editor.tsx. It will not be a file like that. It will be a folder. Offers editor / index.tsx. So now it's going to, the import is going to look the same. So if you have index.tsx, you import as if it was just offers editor.tsx here. So you can import a file index like that. And this is my bad, so it should be not a folder index.tsx, but file index.tsx. So if I go here and click file index.tsx, index.tsx, yeah. Here, these are a bunch of imports. Interface offers editor props, gig ID. Export const offers editor. So we're gonna extract this gig ID, offers editor props. Const offers is use query, API offers get. So we're gonna create this. So we wanna get all of the offers for this gig by passing in the gig ID. Offers are basic standard premium offers, and then each has title, description, everything. If offers is undefined, return loading offers. Okay, so const. So if something is undefined, like query is undefined, it's still being loaded. And if there is no offers, this will be null, not undefined. So undefined means being loaded. Basic offer is offers.find offer. And so for each offer, you're gonna check if offer.tier is basic, and then it will be only 1. Standard offer, you do the same, you find offer, where offer.tier is standard, and same for premium. Then we wanna return something, so tabs, default value basic. So we will have 3 tabs, and you can switch between those 3 tabs. Default value basic, class name at 400 pixels wide, tabs list, tabs trigger, value basic, you say basic, so on the top, on the header, there will be basic, standard, premium. So this one is basic, has value basic, standard, value standard, premium. Okay, and then tabs content. So value, the first one is basic. Content editor, so content editor, this is offer content editor, so we will make this component. Gig ID is gig ID, offer is basic offer, tier is basic. Tabs content is, so this one is standard, same thing. This is just gonna show and edit standard tier, and then premium, same. So we need to make this content editor and we need to make this offers. So let's start with offers. So let's go to a Convex folder next to gig.ts, say offers.ts. So here, export const get query. We want to query all offers. Arguments gig ID, we get gig ID. And then handler function. Offers await context, so we want to query offers with index by gig ID, and we pass in this gig ID and collect all of them and return offers. Let me import, I press Control space, let me import this and let me import v. So that's it. Now we need to go up, and next to index.tsx is in offers editor, we need to say content.editor.tsx. In content editor, some imports that you can import later. Content editor props, offer, question mark, doc offers, gig ID, tier basic, standard, or premium. Okay, let's just export all of it. So let's say content editor export and then extract these props. Okay, title, use state string, so offer question mark title or empty string, because offer is not obligatory. We can also, if it doesn't exist, we can create it here. Description of the offer is offer description or empty string. Price, offer price or $5. Revisions, offer revisions or 1 is default. Delivery days, so 2 is default. Add offer, use action. So this will not be mutation or query, this will be action. So API offers add, we will make this soon. Handle save, so this is saving the offer when we edit it. Try, await add offer. Okay, so this is I think this is for both saving and adding a new. So try await offer, so add offer, and passing gig ID title, description, tier price, delivery days. Revisions I had to, because this is not the same name, so I had to do it like this, delivery days. Toast offers saved successfully. Error. Let me keep this here so people can see like what we got to. Console log error, toast failed to save. Return. So this is gonna be some div. So another div, label, title, and then input field for title. ID title, placeholder title, value title, on change, set title. And then another div, this is price, ID price, placeholder, type number, value price, on change, set price. But we need to parse int from this because this is going to be still string, even though this is number type. Div, label description, input description, placeholder, value description, on change, div, number of days for delivery, input, and then placeholder delivery days, type number, value delivery days, on change, set delivery days, parse int, parse the value, div, label, HTML for revisions, number of revisions input, ID revisions, placeholder revisions, type number, value on change, everything is the same, and then button save, on click handle save. Okay, this is not necessary. So on click handle save, it will just say add offer. Let me see what this is. I think this add offer is like not just add, but also like update if it already exists. So we're gonna send the gig ID and everything. So I think let's make this, let's see what this looks like. So in offers.ts, let's say const add is gonna be action, arguments, gig ID, title, description, tier, union. So it's gonna be between basic, standard, and premium, price, delivery days, revisions. Handler, check identity. Offer, we wanna run query. It's a bit different. So internal offers get offer, and passing gig ID and tier. So we're gonna make this internal query after. Okay, so if there is no offer, so we wanna get this offer by gig ID and tier. So each gig will have 3 offers, and each offer will be either standard, premium, or basic. If there is no offer, stripe price is return action. Okay, wait. I think we need to now, if there is no offer, create a new offer. So we're gonna run this internal action that's gonna create price. And we're gonna pass in price, tier, title. Okay, then run mutation, internal offers insert. So we wanna insert this offer if it doesn't exist. Gig ID, title, description, tier, price, delivery days, revisions, stripe price ID. So we need, for each offer, we will create an ID, price ID in stripe. Return success. Else, so if the offer does exist, we want to update it. So internal offers update, gig ID, title, description, price, delivery days, revisions, offer ID. Return success. Okay, now let's make this insert internal mutation. So this is internal mutation. The difference between internal mutation and mutation is this must be called by internal, not API offers update, but internal offers update. And this internal can only be run inside of that Convex folder and not in your app. So we're gonna say arguments, gig ID, title, description, tier, that can be basic, standard, premium, price, delivery days, revisions, stripe ID. And then handler, offer ID, insert offers, gig ID, title, and then description, tier, price, delivery days, revisions, stripe, price ID, return offer ID. Okay, and then update, internal mutation, args, gig ID, so this is for updating the offer, title, description, price, delivery days, revisions, offer ID. Patch, so we're gonna update the offer by patching it, ID, title, description, price, delivery days, revisions. Get offer, internal query, arguments. So this is for getting the offer. So it's gonna get gig ID and tier. That can be any of these 3. And then handler, offer will be query offers with index by gig and tier. So gig ID, tier, so it must be unique, obviously. And then return offer. So that's it. Now let me go ahead and import this internal, but I think this is wrong. So it must be generated server. No. just a second. So internal mutation from generated server. And let me import internal query from generated server. And then internal. This is weird. Let me import action from generated server. And then this internal must be imported internal from generated API, underscore generated API. So I had some error, and in this edit gig ID page tsx, where I'm importing this offers editor, it said like you couldn't find. So I just deleted this import and then went here and imported it again, and now it works. So let me go here. This is our offers editor here. We have basic, standard, premium. And if I say title, but this is gonna throw an error, so this should work. We just don't have the Stripe ID creation. So here, internal Stripe addPrice. So let's quickly make that. So next to offers TS, let's say Stripe TS. Here we will say import all of this and import Stripe from Stripe, and we need to go ahead and npm install Stripe. Okay, then we will export const addPrice, internal action, arguments, tier will be union between these three literals, price is number, title is string, handler. Okay, so Stripe is new Stripe, so process and next Stripe secret key, we need to make this, we don't have it yet. API version is this one. Price awaits Stripe price as create, currency USD, unit amount args.price times 100, because this is to convert it to dollars, to convert it to cents, because this must be in cents, unit amount must be in cents. So product data, name, and then we make these square brackets, arguments tier, so it's going to be standard, premium, whatever, plus arguments title, and then return price and save it. Now we need this next Stripe secret key. Go to stripe.com and go make sure its test mode is enabled. Go to developers API keys. So copy this publishable key, and in your env.local you need to have this next Stripe public key. That's gonna be this one. Next Stripe secret key. That's gonna be reveal test key, and copy it. And webhooks secret, so go to webhooks. Actually, let's leave it empty for now. So let's copy these two. We need to save this and go to Convex. So we need to also paste this into settings and environment variables and add, paste these two. So our functions will be executed on Convex, so it must have these variables. And now if I go to my website, I say title, basic shaving, price, I don't know, let's say 10, description, basic, I just want to distinguish it, number of days 1, and save. Offer saved successfully. So if I go to my here, data, offers, here there is one offer, price, revisions, everything. So if I go here and I hard refresh this page, it should pull all of this data. So yeah, it should stay the same. So it stayed the same. And now standard and premium, I can also do this if I want. So I think let's just, and okay, so let's, if we go to Stripe here to more and product catalog, we're gonna see that we have this new product that's $10 price basic shaving that I just created. So this is the price ID, it's right here, price ID. We're gonna use this later. Now that we have all of this, let's go to homepage and display all of the gigs that we created. First, we will go to app dashboard and create a new file, layout.tsx. This is a reserved name. First, we will import navbar from underscore components navbar. Then interface dashboard layout props children, because this page and everything inside of this route will be passed in as children to this layout, as if you are wrapping this page with this layout component, same as context providers that we did in the beginning. So children dashboard layout, extract children from this type, export default dashboard layout, return main height full, padding x 0, but on 2XL screens, padding x 56, navbar, and below that children. So we want to have navbar on the top and below that the page. So let's create this components navbar. Next to layout, I'm going to add a new file, say _components navbar.tsx. So in the navbar, we're going to say use client. All of these imports you can import later, not now. There is a bunch of them, but later. Okay. Const navbar, export default navbar. Categories, use query API categories get. Current user, use query API users get current user. Search parameters is use search parameters that must be imported from /navigation, very important, and use router from /navigation, not /router. So this search parameters is when you have a question mark search. So we have some parameters. So for example, if I'm filtering, I'm gonna have these parameters, but we'll see later what this is. These just parameters in the URL. So favorites, search parameters get favorites, so if it exists or not in the URL. Filter, search parameters get filter. And then use router from /navigation. Categories is undefined. If categories is undefined, return loading. As I said, undefined in use convex means it's still loading. And these hooks cannot be after if. Okay, on click inbox, so there will be inbox, so user will be pushed to /inbox. Clear filters, router push to, so remove everything from the, like whatever you have in the string, in the URL. Then return a fragment, 2 separators from UI components. Don't import them from Radix UI, import them from the UI components. Always these things. Never import anything from Radix UI, except there was only like one thing that I showed you. Okay. Flex items. So this is a one div, second div. Search input. So this is for search. We're gonna be able to search gigs. Then dialog trigger. So this is filter. Tooltip provider text filter. So when we click this dialog trigger, it's gonna open the dialog content that I will show you later. So filter icon from Lucid React. And this is the dialog content. So once we click this inside of this trigger, it's gonna open this content. We're gonna calculate the height, maximum height, to be full screen minus 200 pixels. I think, well, I forgot why. Okay. Below that, we're just gonna mark scroll area. But let's return here up scroll area. Oh yeah, this is just a comment, so ignore this. So dialog close. We're gonna have this, because it must be one like HTML element, and then button. So when I click this button, it's gonna clear filters. Have variant ghost. Class name text thread 500 disabled, not filter. Clear filters. Okay, categories.map, category index. So for each category, we wanna select, I think this filter is going to let us select a category. So I'm putting it into dialog close because as soon as we select a category, it should close this like dialog and it should push us to the URL to display this category. So categories map, for each we're gonna pass in key when you have mapping. Some class names. Title is category name, and then another div. Category.subcategories.map, and then mapping all of them, and then list item key. Title is subcategory.name, subcategory. So we're gonna make this list item. So whenever we click this, we will go to that, like we will enable that filter for that subcategory. Below that, below dialog, we're gonna say if current user exists, make a fragment, tooltip provider favorites. So this is to enable favorites. So button. The button is from UI components, not from Radix UI. As child, variant if favorites variant secondary or ghost if favorites is enabled. Size large, class name. So link. So href is path name. This is the path name, but also query is favorites. So if favorites is enabled, then query is nothing, but or favorite is true. So if favorite is enabled, we click favorites. We wanna disable favorites. So we'll see how this goes into URL with favorites true. And then class name, heart icon, and then let's say inbox. So tooltip provider will just let us hover over this, whatever is inside, and it will show this like tooltip. Okay, so button, message circle. Yeah, so on click, it's on click inbox is gonna push us to /inbox to inbox. Okay, so this button has on click to manage gigs. So it's gonna be seller, current user username, manage gigs, switch to selling, and then user button. So this is gonna be our whole navbar, but below that we also have if there is no current user, we're gonna say button, variant default as child, sign up button. So if user is not signed up, modal, after sign up. I think we don't need this. We're gonna remove this, and then also sign in button, and that's it. But let me remove this and this because I used this to add user to the database, but we are adding the user in a different way. So that's it. We just need a few of these. So we're gonna need users get current user. So let's go to users.ts. At the bottom, we're gonna say get current user, handler, const identity is get user identity. If there is no identity, return null. We're gonna return user, and so we're gonna you don't need to write this. So const user is await context database query users with index by token, and then unique. So that's it. Let me just import query, and that's it. So first, let's create this search input. So here in the files, I'm gonna create a new file, search input.tsx, use client, and then a bunch of imports, but we're gonna have to install this. Like this. Okay, then let's continue search input. Const router is use router. Const value, set value, use state to be empty string. Handle change, React, change event, HTML input element. Set value to e target value. So this is when we type into search. And then handle submit. URL is QS. So QS is our query string dot stringify URL. URL is gonna be this slash, and then query will be search value. So whatever we write will be this query. And then skip empty string true and skip null true. So it won't put query if this value is null or empty string, as I understand. And then the router push to URL. So we will just push to this. So we will have this search query in the, so for example, question mark search equals hair, whatever. I think something like that. Okay, so this is if you want to use the bounce value, but you don't need to use it at all. It doesn't matter what it is if you don't know. Div. Okay, so this is icon, input, class in class name, placeholder, search gigs, on change value, and then button, on change handle, submit variant secondary, class name, search button. Okay, that's it. we also need to install this though. So let me go here and npm install this. But now I see that we are not using this because this is use the bounce value. So we don't need this, we don't need this. Okay, search input is created. I want to comment both of these maybe. Actually, no, I need to have tooltip provider. So let's create tooltip provider, and then we're gonna see what this looks like. So next to navbar, just tooltip provider tsx. We wanna import tooltip and all of this, but tooltip provider as base tooltip provider because this component will have the same name. Tooltip provider props, children, string text. So as you can see here in where we use tooltip provider, we pass in like some children. So that's gonna be children. Export const tooltip provider, children text, tooltip provider props, return, base tooltip provider, tooltip trigger, flex item center as child, children. So this is gonna be like when we hover over this, then we're gonna display this tooltip content. So it's gonna be this text. So text can be, for example, let me see what I put here. So I say like text filter, and then this is children. When you hover over children, we will have this tooltip provider. So I think we can now see that if I comment this and I comment, let me comment like the whole, this list items, and let me just make it a div. And give it a key, because it must have a key. So I had an error because I didn't save my layout tsx here in the app, navbar and stuff. So now we can see what it looks like, and I can go ahead and put some search, and if I say search, it's gonna say search equals to this, whatever I set to. This is how we can put it into link, but there is just a little bug in my web browser, doesn't show, but it should work for you. If I click filter, it's gonna let me select a category, and favorites, we'll put favorites to true, and this will push me to the inbox. Now let's continue with this list item. So let me delete this and uncomment this. Go here next to the navbar. I'm gonna say list-item-tsx. Let's start with some imports. Then interface list item props, title, and subcategory. Okay, export const list item, and then extract these props. Give it type list item props. Const router is use router from next/navigation. Handle click. So these list items, this is for selecting a subcategory, so filtering by subcategory and the category. URL query string, stringify URL. URL is slash. Query is gonna be filter, subcategory name, and that's it. Just close it, everything, and then say skipped empty string true and skip null true. And then router push URL, so it will be like this. This question mark filter equals, and then whatever the IT, whatever the category, subcategory is. Okay, so return button. So each of these is gonna be a button. Give it on click, and then let's say div show title, and then close the div, and that's it. So let's save this, but we don't have this low dash, so I need to copy that. Actually, no, we are not using this, so we can delete this. We can delete CN. We don't need navigation menu link, and that's it. Now let's go back to this list item in your navbar, and then import it like that and save. Now if I go here and I say filter, I have all of these options. So computer vision, I say computer vision, and then in my URL you're gonna say filter equals computer vision. And it's just that Opera browser is not showing the URL until you click, but it should be fine. And then clear filters, that should clear filters, so I can select any filter. Now we want to display gigs on the home page. So let's go to components, make a new file, gig-card/index.tsx. Let's also add footer.tsx and overlay.tsx. Inside of index.tsx, let's say use client. Okay, so a bunch of imports. So we're gonna need this date fns. So let's copy that and let's npm install date fns. Okay. I'm not sure why this is wrong import. I will fix this later. And then this doesn't exist and this doesn't exist. So we will make all of that. You don't need to worry about it now. Okay, interface gig hard props. ID, seller ID, title, description, created at, is favorite. So we need all of this information to display the gig. Storage ID. This is image storage ID. It's optional. Okay, offers. Offer, yeah, one offer. What is this? Reviews. Yeah, we want to show number of reviews this gig has. So it's going to be a gig card that shows image, title, everything. Export const gig card. Extract all of this stuff, all of these props, give it this type, and arrow function. Okay, so you need to extract user ID from useauth. Useauth is from Clerk NextJS. Seller is use query. API gig get seller. ID is gonna be seller ID as ID users. We will make this function. Okay, so you don't need this. I forgot to delete it. Okay, created that label. Format distance to now. Created that. So it's gonna be like 2 hours ago, 3 hours ago, 2 days ago. Add suffix true. I forgot what this suffix does. We'll see. Const. Okay, so we need mutation for favoriting and unfavoriting below. So let's rename. So we're gonna extract mutate and pending from useApiMutation. We already did this a few times. We need to pass in API gig favorite as mutation function, and we need to rename mutate to favorite and pending to unfavorite for this mutation function, and then do the same for unfavoriting. So just pass in unfavorite and rename mutate to unfavorite and pending to unfavorite pending. Okay, so then toggle favorite. So when we click favorite or unfavorite, okay, so if is favorite, we will unfavorite. But if it's not favorite, then we will favorite. So unfavorite and pass in ID. So ID is this ID of the gig. So we're gonna call this mutation. If you don't understand how this works, go back where we made this in the descriptions below, use API mutation. You have a timestamp. Okay, and then else favorite and passing gig ID. Okay, so if seller is undefined, return gig card.skeleton. So this will just be like a box, skeleton box that we will create soon while this is being loaded. Okay, so let's return link. So this link, when we click on this gig, it's gonna push us to the gig page. So that's why it's link. Okay, so href is gonna be /seller username. So seller might be null. That's the problem. And then /ID of the gig. So username and then ID of the gig. Okay, so you don't need this. I just forgot to delete it. Okay, so then div with all of these, like this must be group, border. Group is, so when we hover something inside, whatever has group, we can attach, like we can attach some effect to it. And then another div, overlay. We're gonna make this component, convex image. So this is gonna show the image of the gig. Storage ID of the image, and title below the image. Actions, actually I think this title will just be like alt if the image is not shown. Okay, so actions, ID, title. I think actions will be like delete or something. I'm not sure. We'll see. Okay, so inside of actions, you wrap a button with actions, and so this will be passed as children. More horizontal is icon from Lucid React. Okay, and then this is just class names. Below that footer, so below this div, is favorite is his favorite. Title, owner label. I hard-coded my name, but I think you can say seller.name or something like that. Created at label. Okay, so yeah, we wanna display in the footer like created 2 days ago. On click, toggle favorite, because this favorite will be inside of this footer, the heart icon, and then it's gonna be either filled or not filled depending if this is favorited. Disabled, favorite pending or unfavorite pending. So we're gonna use this to disable the favorite button. Offer is offer. Reviews, seller. Okay, and then let's define this gig card.skeleton. It's gonna be a function. It should be gig card skeleton. Return. Okay, aspect ratio. And then skeleton is from at UI components, not from Radix UI. So that's it. This is our gig card. Now let's go to gig and create favorite and unfavorite functionalities. So let's go to gig.ts. So first we will say favorite is equal to mutation. Pass in arguments. That's gonna be gigs. Handler. Then check for the identity. Let me close this actually. Okay, and then identity if not unauthorized. Okay, so get the gig by gig ID. If there is no gig not found, not board not found. User ID is gig.seller ID. Existing favorite. We need to check if this gig is already favorited by this user. User favorites, query user favorites. With index by user. Okay, so we're gonna have to change this, but just let's finish this function first. So by user gig, and then say find a favorite. So gig favorites is another function, is another table, and it has guy who favorited the gig and the gig ID. So that's why we need to search that table and check if this user with this ID exists in that table. So that means it's favorited. Okay, and then unique. It must be unique. If existing favorite, gig already favorited. I saw this from I saw this part from Code with Antonio. That's why when in his Miro clone, that's why I forgot to change board. So context database insert user. Okay, so if it's favorited, throw error. But if it's not favorited, then we insert a favorite. So user ID, a gig ID is gig.id, and return gig. Okay, now let's do unfavorite before we fix this, because this is checking if the seller has favorited, but not if the currently logged in user is favorited. So that's my mistake. We will fix it. Okay, so let's do unfavorite. It's the same, so I'm just gonna go quickly because it's almost the same. Check identity. Let's get the gig. Check if the gig is not found, and then user ID. It's gonna be different. Existing favorite. Query favorite. So we need to find this existing favorite, and then if there is no existing favorite, favorited gig not found. Or we can just say return. You don't need to throw an error. Okay, and then we just want to delete this entry into the table where you have this user ID, gig ID. So if that entry is deleted, then there is no favorite. And return gig. So I think we can just say return. We don't need to throw errors here. Or maybe you should just for debugging. So I'm going to leave it here. Okay, so let's go to the favorite function. Instead of this user ID, seller ID, let me delete this and let me paste all of this. So user, we need to check, we need to get the currently logged in user from the database, not the seller user. So this is how we do it. We did it a bunch of times. And if user is null, return, and we don't need this. Okay, so user ID is user ID. So the currently logged in user is, we're checking if this person has favorited the gig. So let's go here, delete this in unfavorites, and just get the currently logged in user and check that's user ID. If I save this, we go back, then you're not gonna get the errors here and here anymore. So I think we need to now go ahead and create this gig.getSeller. So in the gig.ts, we're gonna export const getSeller, and then we need ID of the seller. So we're gonna call this with the gig.getSeller ID. And then we need to say handler, const seller is context database get arguments.id. So we're gonna get the whole ID, the whole user, and then return the user. So that's it. This is getting seller. Now let's go ahead and create this footer and overlay. So footer is here. So let's just, before we start with footer, let me actually go ahead and comment all of the other few, because I want you to see what footer looks like. So I'm gonna go here, comment convex image, overlay, and actions, all of this, and that's it. So let's go to footer and let's start. First, some imports. Okay, interface footer props, is favorite boolean, title, owner label, so the name of the owner, created that label, so 3 days ago, on click. We'll see what on click is, I forgot. Disabled. This is disabling favorited button. Offer, reviews, seller, export const footer, is favorite. So just get all of these and then give it this type and make arrow function. Average review, we need to calculate it. Type number, so reviews length more than 0 question mark. So if it is more than 0, then we're gonna do this following, reviews reduce. I will show you what this does if you don't know. So we need accumulated value and review. So every time we add up reviews numbers, it's gonna be saved into this. So this is everything from the previous accumulation. I will show you. So we're gonna say a previous result plus review communication level. So it can be from 0 to 5 plus recommend to a friend plus service as described or 0. No, sorry, I think this is setting the initial value at 0. So start from 0. Okay, then divide all of this with reviews length times 3 or 0. So if reviews length is more than 0, do this. If it's not, if there is no reviews, then average review is gonna be 0. Okay, so what is this? This is a reducer. So you start from, so you first add all of the reviews, you add all of the numbers. So you go ahead and first review, you add communication level plus recommended to friend plus service as described, and then you go to the next review, and you also, to that result, you also add the next review numbers, and then you calculate, you add everything, and then you divide everything by reviews length times 3, because each review has 3 grades, 1, 2, 3 grades. So you need to divide to get an average review. And you use reducer because it can have like this accumulated value from previous iterations. Then if average review %1 is different from 0, average review is parse float. So basically if it's not a whole number, then we need to parse float and give it like 1 decimal point. Okay, so const handle click, it's gonna be event. And we're doing this because we don't want to have like 15 decimal points. I'm not sure how many decimal points this number, if it's float, is gonna have. Okay, so handle click, React mouse event HTML button element mouse event, and then stop propagation. So because it's gonna be a button inside of a button or inside of a link, I think. So we don't want to, when we click favorite, we don't want this to propagate to the outside link, so it goes to the link as well. Prevent default is gonna prevent page reload, I think, or whatever the default behavior for that button is. And then on click, so we got on click from this here. So I think on click toggle favorite, that's our on click function, toggle favorite. And then in the footer, we can continue with return, a new div. And then we're gonna show seller full name at the top. And then we're gonna calculate the width and show title below the seller name. Another div, star, this is for reviews. And then show reviews length, so this is the number of reviews. And then average review. So we're gonna put it into brackets. So if I save this, I think it should work. Let me just see the error. Seller. So I think we will be able to see this. I think just the problem is this can be null. So let's go here and copy this if seller is undefined. Let's just say seller is null, return seller not found or something. So let's say div seller not found, and this must be in the same row. So there should be no more errors and we should be able to see the gig here. But first we are not using this gig card anywhere, so we need to go to dashboard and then page tsx and then remove this high and uncomment this gig list. Uncomment this gig list, and we don't have a gig list, so let's return to finish our footer, and then we will continue with we will make a gig list. So next, you don't need this, I just forgot to delete it. Okay, so then make this p, and this is offer.price, and this is gonna be the lowest price, the lowest offer, so the basic offer from this amount of dollars. And then another div or another p, owner label, created that label, that's it. Okay, button, disable, so this is gonna be favorited button, favoriting button, on click, handle click, class name CN, and import CN from @libutils. And then give it these classes. So CN is going to let you dynamically show classes if a condition is satisfied. So if disabled is true, then you want to say cursor not allowed, opacity 75. So these classes will always be on this button, but if disabled is true, then also these classes will be added. Heart icon from Lucid React, class name CN again, width height, and is favorite, and fill blue, text blue. So if is favorite, if this is true, then we also fill with blue and stuff. So that's gonna be our footer. I think we need to just go back now and fix this these components, gig list. So let's copy this, go to components, make a new file, giglist.tsx. So in gig list, let's say use client, some imports, gig list props, query, it's gonna be search, favorites filter. So this query, I think we will get this from URL, I'm not sure, I will see. Okay, so gig list, export this query or extract query from this type, and arrow function, const gigs, full gig type. We will define this, we don't have this yet. Or undefined. Use query. API gigs get. We don't have this file at all. And then pass in some arguments. Search, query search, favorites, query favorites, and filter, query filter. So we will get gigs depending on these parameters from our URL. So if we are searching for something, then we will have this, or if we are filtering for favorites, or we are filtering for the, subcategories. Gigs with favorite, set gigs with favorite. Use state, full gig type, array, or undefined, and set to undefined. Okay, so filter for favorites if query favorites is true. Okay, so use effect. If query favorites is true, so if we are toggling favorites, we have that in URL. Const favorite gigs is gigs question mark filter. Okay, so just for each gig, get only gigs that are favorited, because we are trying to show only favorited gigs. Set gigs with favorite gigs, So we're just gonna set the gigs. So this is just, I think this is just like whatever, we need to set this based on filters and stuff. So this is what we will display. This is not just for favorite gigs, but it's for like all gigs. So I think I should have just say like gigs or something like that. Set gigs with favorite gigs. Yeah, so if query favorite is true, you only show favorite gigs. But if it's not true, then you show all gigs. And so this should be like called gigs to display or something. Okay, so use effect, we need to execute this every time query favorites changes or gigs changes. If gigs is undefined, it's being loaded, so return loading gigs. Okay, so not gigs.length. So if end query search, this is a bit confusing. So gigs.length, so if gigs is not an empty array, so if gigs is oh wait. So if gigs is empty, this will be false, but then this will be true because you invert. So if gigs is empty and query search, return empty search. So if there is nothing to show, gigs is empty and favorites, return empty favorites. We will make these. And here return, by default you're gonna return all of this. And we have small screen, medium screen, large screen. So so on small screen we wanna show just 2 columns of gigs. On large screen 4 columns, etc. Gigs with favorites. So this is display gigs, not gigs with favorites. So this is like whatever gigs we are displaying, like whatever filter. Map, we wanna go to gig card and then pass in everything we need in gig card. So key, ID, seller ID, title, description, all of this stuff. And that's it. This is it. I think let's just define full gig type. So we wanna go to add types, index. Okay, so here we want to say export type, full gig type. That's gonna be doc gigs, and so we wanna extend with storage ID. It's gonna be optional, ID storage, or undefined. Favorited boolean, offer doc offers, reviews array, and seller ID. Let me import this as well. So it's like this. Now we can go back to the gig list. So we need to make empty favorite. Okay, so let's for now comment this out. I want to show you what this looks like. So let's, instead of this, let's return null, whatever, it's okay. Oh, sorry, no. I think like this. And comment this and just return null. And one last quick thing we need to do is this gigs get. So let's create in the Convex folder, let's go and find it real quick and make gigs.ts. First we're gonna do some imports, then const git query. So here we need to get this gig, but also all of other like offer reviews and then attach it to that gig. So to get that full gig type that I described. So arguments are gonna be search, optional. So if we are searching for a particular gig, then we're gonna just get gigs that have that in title. Favorites, so we're only gonna get gigs that user favorited, or filter like subcategories. So we're gonna get just gigs in that subcategory. But all of these are optional. Let's make a handler function. Get identity. Title is argument search as string. Okay, let gigs be empty array. If title, if there is a title, so title is like, we are just converting search. So title is just search. So we need, if there is a title, there is a search, then we're gonna say gigs await context database query gigs with search index search title, where title is equal to this, where field title it has this like title, but this doesn't have to be full title. It can be just a few letters, and it's gonna match all the gigs that have this in their title. and then collect all of those gigs. So this is searching by text. Okay, else if there is no like searching, then we want to get all gigs by and then with index by published. Yeah, we want to get all published gigs because we only want to display published gigs to the like buyer, all of the published gigs, and then order descending. So I think this will put latest first and then collect all of them. Check if there is a filter. So if there is a subcategory, so if user selected subcategory, then if filter is not undefined, then filter is just arguments.filter. So I'm not sure what am I even doing here? Yeah, we are checking if it's, but we don't need to do this, I think. We can just use arguments.filter. Const subcategory, we need to query subcategories by name. So we need to find this subcategory. That must be unique because each subcategory has a unique name. Filtered gigs, so gigs.filter, and for each gig, you're gonna say gig.subcategory ID is equal to this subcategory ID. So this will filter all gigs and only save gigs that have this subcategory ID, so that are part of this subcategory. And then gigs is equal filter gigs, so you set gigs to be equal filter gigs. So here we are checking if user used subcategory or user is searching by title, and they can be both true at the same time. Okay, gigs with favorite relation is equal to gigs. We'll see what this is. So if identity is different from null, if somebody is logged in, gigs with favorite relation is equal to await promise all. We want to resolve all promises that are going to happen inside of this body, and those promises are going to be the following. We want to map all gigs, and then we want to, for each gig, we want to do something. Return something. So we want to query user favorites with index. So we want to check if there is entry in this table that has this user ID and this gig. So that means that this user favorited this gig. And then it must be unique. And then we get this favorite. So what is this favorite? I'm not sure. So it looks like you get this object when you call .then on unique or on this database. So let's see what this does. I'm just gonna display favorite. So when you have .unique, it's gonna find this unique entry, and then you can call then. So this is that unique entry from database, that object. It has this. So if you see this object type, gig ID user ID, that's from our schema. Okay, and then in the favorite we wanna return object. So we wanna spread gig. So this will just spread the fields. And then we're gonna add some other fields. Favorited is equal to so basically what this means is if this exists, then this will be true because it's gonna negate once to false. So if this exists, then if this exists, then when you say this, it's gonna be false, turn to false. So then this will be false. But if you say once more, then this will be turned to true. So if this exists, this will be true. If this doesn't exist, you turn to true, you turn to false. So this will be false. So if this is null, this will be false. Okay, below that, we don't need this. I just forgot to delete it. So, and all the promises that we are resolving, this, I think, returns a promise. So that's why we are resolving await promise all. I don't know if I should have put here await. No. Yeah, it's not async, so we need to, okay. I think, yeah, this works. Gigs with images. Now we need to get images for each gig. So await resolve all promises again, and then gigs with favorite relation, although this should be gigs with favorite, not gigs with favorite relation, because this doesn't, this returns promises, and then promises get resolved. So if promises get resolved, then it's not a relation. Relation is just here where you return a bunch of promises. So this should be better named gigs with favorites. Gigs with favorite. Okay, so we want to map each gig const image, we want to query gig media with this gig ID. So we want to get all media with this gig ID. And then get the first. I think we want to only show the first image for each gig when we are displaying it on the home page. But when we enter the gig page, then we want to collect all gig media. Seller, we want to query user, so we want to get the seller object as well. So filter, we want to get, I think I could have done with index. So with index where ID is seller ID, or I'm not sure if that's, oh wait, okay, let's do it this way, but I will show you a better way. So you can just say get and then seller ID, whatever it was, the ID. I forgot how to, like just gig.seller ID. So you can say get gig.seller ID, I think. But there is an extra close bracket. So you can do it this way, or you can get all and then filter, which is a slower way, but let's do it. I'm gonna do it like this for now just to show you, but this is a slower way. And it must be unique. Okay, if there is no seller, seller not found. Now get reviews. So query reviews by gig ID and collect all of them. Easy. Then find the offer because we need the price. So query offers by gig ID and the first one will be the basic, the lowest one, I think. Well, you need to test this. I forgot to test this, but I think the first one will be the basic one. Okay, now we need to return, like all of this we need to put into an object. So return the following. We're gonna spread the gig. So all of the attributes will be spread. Then storage ID is image question mark storage ID. So if images exists, so it's, I think this will be storage ID or undefined. And then seller reviews offer and return gigs with images. So you see this, what this object looks like. It has all of this like storage, seller, but the clicks, this is a direct attribute of gigs. So these are gig attributes spread. And then besides those spread gig attributes, then you have other things that we added here. So let me go ahead to this link, this page, and just refresh, and let me remove filter as well. So now this should display the gig that we have. So there ain't nothing displayed, so I don't know why. Let's go ahead and check why. We have some problem here, gig list. I think this must remain an error because I think I wasn't able to fix this, but it worked. So let's see. This gig is not published, that's why. So we need to publish this gig. So let's go manually to username create or manage gigs. And then we need to go to, I think, this gig ID. So let's copy this gig ID. Oh no, edit. And then this gig ID. So let me click on this publish button. Publish failed, please make sure there are 1 image and 3 offers in the description. So I think we have a description. We have 1, 2, maybe we don't have enough offers. So if I go here to offers, only 1 exists. So let's just whatever, I don't even care right now. Just description, it doesn't matter, save. So we should have 2 and then third premium, just premium, whatever, price 25, description, whatever, save. And now we have 3 offers. And now if I click publish, oh, okay, so this is offer saved successfully. Yeah, so published, it's published. So I think now if I go back to localhost, and there we go, guys, this exists. The only problem is you don't see the image. So we're gonna fix that, but this gig is listed. The reason we don't see the image is we didn't even make it, so we just commented it out. We need to make it now. So you're going to have this error here in gig list. This is gonna be underlined. I'm not sure how to fix this, but the thing worked for me. So if you know how to fix this, tell me below, but it's going to work with this error as well. So now let's go to gig card index tsx and let's uncomment this convex image. And this doesn't exist, so let's copy this and create it. But first let's uncomment it from here as well. So I'm gonna just move this down here, and let me copy this again. So let's go to outside of the app to components and say Convex image.tsx. So in Convex image.tsx, let's start with a few imports. Then props, storage ID question mark, so it's optional, and title string. Export const convex image, storage ID title. Convex image props. Const image URL is use query. API gig media get media URL. So we're gonna make this, and we need to pass in storage ID. So storage ID as ID storage. So this is gonna convert storage ID and take storage ID and return URL of the image. Return div aspect video relative. So this is 69, and then image source. So image URL or this image. Now you can go to my GitHub and copy this link, or you can put whatever link, or you don't need this maybe. Then alt will be title. Fill, so this either has to have width or height if you are importing from next/image, or fill, so it fills the outer container. And object cover, that's important. That must, if remove this and see what happens. Now let's go to gig media and get media URL. So let's go to gig media. Export const get media URL, that's gonna be a query. Argument storage ID, it's gonna be v optional vid storage. Handler, if there is no storage ID, return null. Return await context storage, get URL, and then pass in storage ID, and that's it. So if I go and refresh, as you can see, we have this working. Now it's showing the image that we have. Let's go. So next, in the gig card index, TSX, we're gonna uncomment this overlay, and let me find it down below. Here I wanna move this below overlay, and I wanna just go here into overlay. We already have it, and start coding. This is the absolute shortest component, so export const overlay, return div, one div, it's self-closing, class name, opacity, group, hover opacity. So let me save this and see what happens. So if we hover group, we're gonna change some opacities and stuff. So if I hover this, actually nothing seems to happen. So here where I have the overlay, outside component has this group. So when we hover this outside component, because it has a group, then this will activate inside of overlay. So group hover, opacity 30. But that's how it's supposed to, but I don't think so. I'm not sure why colors are not changing, but I want to leave it like this. So if you want to, you know how this works now. If you want to try test changing something, you can try, but I like it right as it is right now. So let's continue with actions. So let me go ahead here, and I'm gonna uncomment actions. Actions will let us copy the link, rename or delete the gig. So let me go ahead and import actions. And we already have one actions, but we're gonna make it, this is different. So this one goes to components actions. So outside of app components, actions.tsx. In actions, we're gonna say use client. A bunch of imports that you can import later as you program. Action props, children, side. So let's go back. Where we have these actions, you see that we are passing in some children. These are children because they are wrapped. Then we have ID, title, side, whatever. So side is gonna be drop down menu, content props, side, side offset, ID, title. This is optional, and this is optional. So here we don't have side offset, I think. We just have side. Okay, export const actions, children, side, side offset ID title, give it the type, and then arrow function. Okay, const on open use rename modal. We don't have this yet, we will name it, but it will export this on open. So this is the model for renaming. It's like a dialog that asks you, are you sure you want to rename and stuff? So we're gonna use our API mutation and pass in API gig remove. I'm pretty sure we already have this. If I didn't show this in video, just go to my GitHub page and copy it, but I'm sure we did this already. And then export mutate and pending, and then use API mutation. So this is for removing. On copy link, so we will have an option to copy the link of the gig. So navigator, clipboard. I think this is the global object, so you just have it. Or did I import it from somewhere? I'm not sure. I think not. Clipboard, write text. So we want to write the following text. So backticks, $, window location origin, /gig/id. So that's going to be the link to this gig. Oh, sorry. So I think this will be like localhost, like the full link. We'll test it. Okay, and then just those success link copy. This is a notification. Or if there is an error, fail to copy link. On delete, mutate ID. So mutate is our, as you remember, remove mutation. ID is ID gig of the gig ID. And then toast gig deleted. This is from Miro clone from Call with Antonio. I saw this file. I learned this from him. So fail to delete gig, return, drop down menu. So we're gonna now display all of this in a drop down menu. Drop down menu trigger as child. We're gonna pass in children. So here actions, we have this button passing as children. So more horizontal is this is icon from Lucid React. So we pass in these children. So when we click those children, that button, then we're gonna open the drop-down menu. Drop-down menu content, on click, event any. This should be like HTML button event, something like that. But I didn't figure it out for some reason. But you should figure it out. What was the event? Copy to ChatGPT maybe. Okay, so we wanna stop propagation because we're gonna have, I think, multiple like buttons inside of buttons. So when we click this content, we don't want to like this to also activate the outer wrapping buttons. Side offset, class name, drop down menu item, on click, on copy link, and then class name, link icon from Lucid React, copy board link, or this should be copy gig link. Drop down menu item, on click, on open, and then class name, pencil, rename. So this is for renaming. So this on open is to open rename modal that we will create. Confirm modal. What is this? Delete. Okay, so yeah, so this is for deleting. So I think we don't have this. Okay, so are you sure you want to delete? Disabled pending. So while deleting, this will be disabled. On confirm, on delete. And pass in the button. The button will have variant ghost, some class names, and trash2 icon from Lucid React and delete. So this is for deleting. Now I think this is it. Let's see. We don't have this store use rename modal. So let's copy both of this. And do we have confirm modal? We do have it. So I'm pretty sure we already made this, but if we didn't, just go to my GitHub, but we did make it. So now let's go outside of app, like let's click somewhere on the outside and make a new file. Use rename modal.tsx. So it's gonna be in store use rename modal. Here we will say import create from ZooStand, but we need to install this. So npm install ZooStand. This is like a memory, internal memory management, global state management. Okay, const default values. ID is empty, title is empty. Interface rename modal, so it just can be rename modal props. Is open, boolean, initial values, type of, default values. So this is the type, default values. It's ID and ID string, title string. So initial values will have the same type. On open, it's gonna be a function. ID string, title string, it's what it gets, and returns void. On close, returns void. We'll check this once more. So in app, let's go to dashboard, components, gig list. No, sorry, to components and actions TSX. So here, username modal, we are using it here. So on open, we are extracting on open, and then we are passing in ID and title. So here we have on open and passing in ID and title. So let's define this. Export const user modal. Create, so this is create from zoostand, and we need to give it this interface. And then we want to set and pass in this, and then object is open false. On open, ID title, set. So when we call this, we're going to pass in ID and title, as I showed you that we are passing this. And then we want to set is open to true, initial values, ID and title. On close, we don't pass anything, we set is open to false, initial values, default values. So default values are empty strings. And then we want to set initial values to default values. So not then, there is no then. So just set initial values to default values. But on open, we want to set initial values to ID and title that we pass in. So this is a classic zoostand create object. This is how you define like global state that you can access from anywhere. So if I now go back, so if I hover, and there should be an icon on the top right, but if I click on the top right, it's gonna open this. So copy board link. If I copy it, copied link, I can paste it here. It's the whole link. Okay, and then I can go ahead and rename. So nothing happens when I click rename, it seems, so we'll fix this. And I don't want to delete this one, but we're gonna check it later. But also favoriting works. So if I click favorite, it's favorited. I can click unfavorite, and if I toggle favorites, nothing is shown. But if I click favorite and toggle favorites, this is shown. And if I unfavorite it, it won't be shown. Let me see if my search works. So haircut. But if I start searching for something else, search, nothing but haircut, search, it works. So the problem here is there is this button, but we don't see this icon more horizontal, and that's because we have text white. If I say text black, we have white on white background. It's gonna be black. But also I think I wanna make this not opacity 0, but opacity 25. So I can see a little bit of this when it's not hovered, maybe. Do as you please. Now let's make empty filters at the empty search. So for example, if I search something and there is nothing, I want to display like some better UI here. So go to gig list inside of components dashboard. And down below, let's remove this null and say empty search. And let's uncomment this and remove this null, empty favorites. Save that and uncomment empty search and empty favorites. So this is going to be, so inside of components folder, make empty favorites.tsx and empty search.tsx. And then let's start with empty favorites. So import image from next image, and then empty favorites, export const empty favorites and return. Make a div image source / empty favorites svg. This is image that we will create. So let's copy this and let's go to public. Now God knows where public is, and then create empty images, empty favorites svg. So that's it. We can close this for now. Let's continue with height 340, 340, and then title below h2, no favorite gigs, and then paragraph, try favoriting a gig. So import image from next image, export const empty search, and this is just a div, and then image. It's gonna be the same. We need empty search SVG. Let's copy that. Alt empty with height, title, no results found, paragraph. Try searching for something else. So that's it. Now let's just create these two files. So in public folder, let's create empty search SVG, and now let's go to my GitHub. In the description below, you're gonna click here public, and you're gonna click to empty favorites, and you can just, I think, go somewhere here. How do I copy SVG? I think we need to show, like, edit this file. Okay, let's just click download this and then empty inbox. And then I'm gonna download empty inbox. And I'm gonna also download empty search. Download all of them and just put them into favorites. So I will go here, I'm gonna drag this into favorites. Replace. Then I'm gonna go to the next one into public, and the next one I'm gonna also replace. So that should be it. So if I refresh this, we need to refresh. The image is shown. Let's go. So now I'm gonna go here and delete this search from the URL. And I'm gonna go ahead and enable favorites. And there is no favorites. And one little mistake we made. So if I turn on favorites and there is nothing favorited, nothing is shown. Not our empty screen is not shown. That's because we are not checking for gigs.length, because gigs do exist. It's gonna be like that 1 gig. It's gonna remain there, but we are gonna check for gigs with favorite. So here we are checking if query favorite is true, then we update like gigs with favorite. So we need to check if gigs with favorite length exists. So if this length exists, and then, or if it doesn't exist, and then favorites is true, then we want to display empty state. Now, if you want, you can also make an empty state for these like subcategories. I didn't have time to do it, but if you want, you can do it yourself. Now, when I click this gig, I want to make it. I want to make this page, gig page. So this page is username gig ID. So let's go to our code, and in the app, I'm gonna say username in square brackets /gig ID, but it also must be in square brackets, gig ID like that, and /page.tsx. Let's start with use client. A bunch of imports that you can import later. Page props, parameters, username string, gig ID. So these are URL parameters. So if you go to the page, this is going to be the first parameter, this is the second, and you will just get this. You don't need to pass this anywhere. You can just extract it here, and you will get this from, because it's in the URL. Okay, so let's make export default gig page. Const gig, use query API gig get, and pass in the gig ID. So this is gonna be string. I think we could have just done this, but I think, okay, let's do it this way. So we need to cast it. So this one I forgot to delete, so you don't need this. Category and subcategory. Okay, let's get that. API get category and subcategory. Did we make? We didn't make this. Okay, and then passing gig ID. Just cast it as this type. Offers. So API offers get gig ID. Reviews. Reviews get by gig and gig ID. And then reviews full. I think this is full reviews type. Let's see what this is. Get full by gig. So, and passing gig ID. So I think we will see what this is when we make it. Okay, so if gig is undefined or reviews is undefined, or any of these reviews full category, anything is undefined, that means it's still being loaded. So you're gonna return loading. You can maybe return even prettier screen, but for now let's just type loading. If any of this is null, so gig doesn't exist, categories doesn't exist, offers don't exist, not found. If gig published is false, this gig is not published. Const edit URL, so the owner of the gig, it will have a button to edit the gig if the owner is viewing their own gig. And when they click this button, we're gonna push them to /seller, username, manage gigs, edit, gig ID. Okay, return div, just some div for displaying the page. Okay, so first thing, this is we're gonna show something inside of this gig. That's gonna be header. So we're gonna spread category and subcategory in header and edit URL and owner ID, gigseller.id. So I forgot, yeah, I think this is just gonna show like category, subcategory. We'll see what this header shows. Okay, then title of the gig. Then we wanna make a seller box. So we wanna show like who the seller is. So we're gonna pass in seller reviews. So we wanna make a small box like this guy is from this country, speaks these languages, about seller box, small box. Then show images of the gig. So we wanna say images is gig images, title, and allow delete. So allow delete is false in this case because this is not edit page. We will only allow delete. But I think we made these images. I think we made it, yeah. Okay. This, you don't need this. If you want about this gig, if you want to say this, but I decided not to go with it. So this is the description. We already have it. Editable, initial content, and gig ID. I think we have description. Yeah, we made it. Okay, so below that, we're going to make some divs, and that's going to be info. So what is info? I forgot. Oh, this is info is icon from Lucid React, and delivery preferences is the title, and then please communicate any preferences. So this is just a box that shows this information. Then we're gonna say seller details. So this is similar to seller, but this is on the top less details. This is more details. Seller gig seller reviews. We're gonna pass last fulfillment time, languages, reviews, show reviews. Okay, so add review, gig ID, seller ID. Then we want to show offers, seller ID, edit URL. So this will be on the side. So I think this has flex call. So this will be on the side besides all of this. Now let's go to gig and get category and subcategory. So let's go to gig.ts. Export const get category and subcategory. Arguments gig ID. Let's say handler. So we're gonna get the gig by gig ID. If there is no gig not found, subcategory will be await context database get gig subcategory ID. So get the subcategory. If there is no subcategory not found, category. Get the category by this ID from subcategory. If category not found, say not found. Return category name, subcategory name. So that should be it. Just save it and go back to the page TSX that we were. So let's now make this reviews. So let's go to Convex folder and let's make reviews.ts. So in reviews, we're gonna import these. Export const get by gig. Arguments. Handler. Okay, const reviews, we're gonna query reviews within by gig ID and collect all of them. Return reviews. Okay, so this is getting reviews by gig ID. Now let's get full by gig. So I think those are gonna be full reviews type. We'll see. Argument gig ID. Handler. First get reviews. Query reviews by gig ID. We already did the same. Reviews full type. Await promise all. So we need to resolve all promises. So then we will say reviews map async. So for each review, we're gonna do the following. Let's make some space. Gig is gonna be query gigs by gig ID, although I'm not sure why I'm doing it like this. You can delete all of this and just say .get and gig ID like this. It's gonna get the same, but I'm filtering for some reason. This is slower and worse. Okay, so if there is no gig not found, image, so query gig media by gig ID and first image. If there is no image not found, so we want to display image of the gig at each review. Image URL is context storage get URL and pass in storage ID. Then image URL, if your image URL not found. Next, let's get offer, so query offers by gig ID, collect all. If offers not found, image with URL. So we're gonna spread image and URL. So this is image with URL. Let me see the type. So you have all of the image attributes spread and then URL. Get author country. So query users by ID unique. So again, just do this. Get this. If author not found, country is query countries by user ID unique. Country not found, return review, spread review, gig, image with URL, offers, author, spread author, country. So basically what this does is it basically makes it same as author, but just with another country field. And we need to return reviews full type. So in the username gig page tsx, we don't need these things that we are not using. So let me delete this, delete portfolio. And now I'm gonna make another folder underscore components like this. And so I'm gonna have to make header. So header.tsx. What else are we gonna need? Offers and seller. So let's make seller first next to header, seller.tsx. But header is gonna be a bit, offers will be a bit different. So we're gonna make a folder offers and inside index.tsx. So let's say offers / index.tsx. So this will have the same import path as if this was just file offers.tsx, but we want to be able to add some more files here inside of offers to organize it better. So what we need inside the offers folder is content.tsx, and in the components we also need seller-details.tsx. Now let's start with header, for example. I'm gonna start with a few imports. So interface header props, category string, subcategory string, edit URL string, owner ID string, and then let's extract all of those, give it a type. Current user is use query, API users get current user, so we want to just get the current user, currently logged in user. And then router, use router. This is from next/navigation, very important, not from next/router. Handle subcategory click. So you want to then push. Wait, let's see what we want to do. So when we click subcategory, we want to query stringify URL to be /query filter subcategory. So we want to add this filter to the URL, and we want to skip empty string true, skip null true, and router push URL. So when this is going to be, so this is gig page. Gig page will have category and subcategory of that gig on the top, just to show it for information. But if the user clicks that subcategory, we want to load all gigs. We want to push them to the page that loads all gigs of that subcategory. Let's see what we return. Div with a bunch of class names, link href slash, so this is for home page. Then we wanna put a slash, then category name, then another slash, and then subcategory name, but on click, we're gonna handle subcategory click, and then subcategory name. So handle subcategory click. Okay, below that, I don't know why this is red. Okay, so if current user exists, or actually, if current user ID is equal to owner ID of this gig, then you wanna show the button to edit this gig. So button, link, edit URL, and just say edit gig. So let me save this. Now let's go back. I'm going to actually just comment out all of this so we can see what this looks like. So we don't need seller. We don't need any of this stuff. And we don't need offers. So let's see now. Now this is what our gig page currently looks like. It's a complete monstrosity for some reason. I think we don't have layout TSX. So, but here we can see that we can click home page, we can click, if we click like this graphic design, is gonna load all gigs that have graphic design filter, and then edit gig, it will push us to, and then we have title and everything. So this is editing page. Now let's fix this layout so it's not like this. So let's go here in username folder. Let's make add a new file, layout.tsx. Let me close this, and we are going to import navbar from .dashboard components navbar, interface user gig layout props, children React node, so, and then export default dashboard layout. Oh, it should be, well, you can call it dashboard layout or user gig layout, whatever. Okay, so we're gonna extract children from these props, return div navbar at the top, and then main, and then padding 0, small screens padding 6, medium, large screens big padding, and then just show children. If I save this, I go ahead and refresh. As you can see, the layout is a lot better. Now this image is ugly as hell, but we can fix all of that. This is a description that we are showing, delivery preferences. So it's starting to get a shape. There is also navbar at the top. Now let's go to page TSX of gig page, gig ID. So let's do this seller now. So let's uncomment that, and let's uncomment seller. So let's go here in components, seller TSX. So let's do some imports. Interface seller props, seller, reviews, array. Okay, and then export const seller, seller reviews, seller props, const average review, reviews reduce. So we are calculating the average review the same way. Let me just reveal the full code, and then I will explain. So we're gonna use reduce. Reduce allows us to go for each review. Not only do we add communication level score, all these 3 scores, but we can also add it to all previous scores. So we can calculate, like add up every score of every review and everything. And then this, so it starts from 0, and then every time you get, so you just add everything up and divide by reviews length. Now this is a bit suspicious because I think it should be reviews length by 3 because each review has 3. So we'll see. If it gets like a weird number, then it's divided by reviews length times 3. Okay, so let's say some div. This is link. Okay, so when we click, this is gonna show user avatar, user profile image. When we click it, we want to go to seller username. This avatar is from add components UI, like UI components, not the Radix UI. That's important. So avatar from components UI avatar. So I'm going to display profile image URL or this link github.com//ShadCN PNG if this doesn't exist. Avatar fallback, seller username character at 0. So the first character of the seller username if this image is not like able to display. Okay, then let's make another div with 300 pixels and then another div link seller username. So we want to link, when the user clicks here, we want to link the same link seller username, and that's going to be seller full name. So when we click on full name, we also want to link, and then seller custom tag. Now custom tag is like top rated seller, for example, or new seller or something like that. Those are going to be custom tags. Okay, below that, let's do class name, so two divs, star. This is to show reviews. So we're gonna say reviews length. So this is the number of reviews, and then average review or 0. So we're gonna put that in brackets. So that's it. Now it should, but I think if we get a weird number like this, average review should be divided maybe like this times 3 and then put it in brackets, because each review has 3 of these, but let's do it like this for now. Okay, so this is it, guys. Let me close. Okay, so basically if I close this, we see the user image. This is the placeholder image because I don't have the profile URL image, and then there is 0 reviews. So this is that part. Now if we go back and scroll down, we will come across seller details. So let me just now show seller details, and we want to uncomment seller details here. So this is going to be more details. It's going to be similar but more details. So let's go to seller details. So let's continue. Some imports that you can import later. So then we are going to const format. Oh my god, why am I doing it like this? You should just import format from datefns. Okay, but this also works, I think. Interface seller props, seller user with country type. I think we're gonna make this like type reviews doc reviews, last fulfillment time, number or undefined, languages, doc languages. We define this in our schema. Export const seller details, export or extract all of these. Give it seller props. Const router is use router from next/navigation. Okay, and then average review. The same way we calculated every time. So add all of the reviews of each review. This is a reducer, and divide. I don't want to explain this 3rd time, so I don't need to waste your time. Join date, format, new date, seller creation time. Okay, so we need to find the date at which the user joined, and we're gonna display it as month. So Feb 23, for example. That's how we do it. Time ago, undefined. If last fulfillment time is different from undefined, then we will format distance to now, and new date, last time. And so we're just gonna, so this is gonna be like 3 days ago, 2 hours ago. Okay, add suffix true. I'm not sure what the suffix is. You can try deleting it. Languages string. Languages.map languages. Language.language. So this is like language name. So language.language name if you want to name this language name. But this corresponds to this. Okay, join languages with like comma. Join the whole array. Handle contact click. And then you want to push to inbox and that seller username. So you want to start a conversation with this seller. Okay. And then we want to make a div link seller username, show avatar, so image of the user. This is the same thing. We just send to seller username. Okay, below that, link to seller full name. It also links to the user profile. Then we want to say seller title. Okay, it's like a PHP developer or something like that. And then let's make some gigs. Star icon from Lucid React. Font semi-bold. Reviews, so length of reviews. So for example, 3 reviews. And then we want to open brackets, underline, and we want to show average reviews or 0. If this number is weird, as it might be, then you want to, if it's incorrectly calculated, I think you need to do this. So divide all of this with 3. But let me remove this because we don't need it. Let's add this div. And then below that, let's say seller custom tag. So for example, this can be like new seller. And then we want to add a button. The variant outline. On click, handle, contact click, and contact me. So this will push to inbox. Below that, add a few divs. So 3 divs, one in each other. Form, seller country, from the country. Okay, another div below. Joined, join date. Time ago, if it's different from undefined, and then display whatever we have here. So we're gonna have last delivery, time ago. And then languages length is, if it's more than 0, then display div languages string, and then separator. And then we wanna display seller.about. So that's going to be our seller page. We are only missing this type. So let's quickly go to types. Now let's finish this file because we don't want to return here every so often. So message with user type. This is the first type we will define. It's doc messages and user doc users. Then gig with image type. Doc gigs and image doc gig media array. Then user with country type. Doc users and country doc countries. And then review full type. So doc review, reviews, and author, user with country type, image with URL type. So we are using these types. And then offers, doc offers, array, and then gig, and that's it. And then export categories full type. So doc type, doc categories, and then end subcategories. So that's it, those are all the types. And now that we defined all of that, we are able to see this from Hungary, joined March 24th. If I go ahead and say contact me, it's gonna push me to inbox, but I don't have this yet. So let's now continue with this gig page. Let's do offers. So go to username gig page tsx and uncomment this offers. So let's go down and do this. And now we are gonna go here, offers index tsx. That's the next one. So we wanna do some imports. Interface offers props, offers, seller ID, edit URL, and then extract all of those, return whatever this is, some div. If offers exist, then we want to show tabs. Default value is first offer, so we want to just select the first, like basic offer, and show it as default. Class name with 400 on small devices. Sticky means as we scroll down, this will stay on this position of the screen. It won't be like scrolled over. So it will stay on the top 4. You will see tab list, offers map. So for each offer, we're gonna return tabs trigger. So tab trigger will be the button for the offer. So we need to pass in key because we are mapping. Value will be offer ID, offer tier, so basic, standard, premium, and tab trigger. So we have three buttons, basic, standard, premium, and when we click one of them, it's gonna show the content for that offer. So below that, let's map offers again and return tabs content, passing key, value, offer ID. So for each offer, we are making tabs content. Close tabs content. Okay, so then content, this we need to make this. We didn't make this yet. We will just pass in offer, seller ID, edit URL, and that's it. Now, before we can show these offers, we need to go ahead and edit this content file. Let's start with imports, offer props, seller, and edit URL. Extract all of those props. Okay, so we have order now. This is a button. So we're gonna say API Stripe pay. Router from use router from next/navigation. Current user is going to be get current user. Seller will be API users get by ID, so seller ID. If any of these is undefined, it means it's still loading. Then seller, if his seller is null, return not found. Handle order now, so we're gonna try. Const URL is await order now. So this is a mutation that's gonna take price ID, offer Stripe price ID, and title of the offer, and seller ID, and it's gonna return URL. So we're gonna make this. If there is no URL, Stripe session error, and then router push URL. Catch error any. I don't think we should put any, but I don't know how to do it without. I haven't spent too much time, so tell me in the comments if you know. Toast error message. Handle send message. Router push inbox. Okay, so this is just like a contact user send message, whatever the button. Just push to inbox chat. Revision text. Offer revisions is equal to 1. So 1 revision or 0, 2, 3 revisions. Return div offer description. And then below that, offer title. And offer price and $sign. Below description, we're gonna make clock icon from Lucid React. And then days delivery. So offer.days delivery, days delivery. 3 days delivery. Okay, then div refresh CCV. I think this is icon as well. And then offer revisions, revision text. So 3 revisions. For example, okay, if current user ID is equal to seller ID, then you want to have a button on click handle order now. Okay, so so if the current user ID is different from seller ID, then you wanna be able to order now, and button send message. So if it's not the seller reviewing their own gig. So if it is seller reviewing their own gig, then you wanna show a button that says edit and points to this link, edit URL. And let's save this. Now, because I want to show you what this looks like, let me comment this, let me comment this. Now let's see what else we need to comment. Actually, no, I think it will be too much struggle, so let's just create this. So users get. So let me go to users. So here, export const get query, arguments, ID, VID users, handler, user is gonna be await context database get, args ID, and then user. So just get the user by ID. And let's just create this Stripe pay. So let's go ahead in the Convex folder, create stripe.ts. I think it already exists. Yeah, so go here and we're gonna make pay. So here we're gonna say pay action, import this action from generated server. Args, price ID, title, seller ID, handler, const stripe, is new stripe process, and next stripe secret key. We already have this, so we're gonna pass in API version. So just to create this stripe client, domain is gonna be process and next public hosting URL. I'm not sure if we have this, so let's go here. Next public hosting, we don't have it, so we're gonna say this, and that's gonna be like that. And let me copy my domain, but it's just gonna be here. And we're also gonna have to copy this into Convex variables. In Convex, we will go to settings and environment variables, add a new one like that, save. So we're gonna change this. You're gonna change this when you deploy it. Then we're gonna say price is await, stripe price is retrieve, arguments price ID. So we're gonna retrieve this price. Price.unit amount is null. If it's null, retrieve stripe price doesn't have unit amount. Okay, stripe account ID. So this price is, when we create an offer, we create this price, if you remember, in our stripe. So we need to retrieve it. Okay, so stripe account ID will be string or null, await, context, run query, internal, users, get stripe account ID from that user. So we're gonna use this using connected accounts. So please go ahead and just look for Stripe Connect or Stripe Connected Accounts and read this documentation, because if you, this will allow you to have your Stripe account and then to create a sub account for each of your sellers on your platform. But you should read this and understand how it works. Especially if you want to change something, maybe you're gonna have some other idea. So please read this. But looks like our stuff already works here. So we have standard premium. You see what it means for this to be sticky. So as I scroll, it's gonna stick on top. And this works. So let's continue. Stripe account ID of there is sub account ID of the connected account. You're gonna run this query to get account and pass in these attributes, props, and then Stripe account ID. If it's null, throw error, const session, stripe.response, and then Stripe checkout session. That's the type. Await Stripe checkout session create. Okay, and then say mode payment, line items. It's gonna be this, price data, currency USD, product data, name, arguments.title, unit amount, price.unit amount, quantity 1. So I think we are creating like this. This is how you create Stripe like order. Payment intent data, application fee amount, price unit amount times 0.10. So if you want to take 10%, which is actually maybe even too high, if you want to take 10 or 5% of each purchase of gig in your on your page platform, then you say it here. So if you want to take 5%, then it's times 0.05. Okay, so but for this you need to have like connected accounts working, which I will show you how to set up, but also like you need to understand how it works from documentation. Success URL, after the order is successful, you return to the domain, for example, and cancel URL also return to domain, but you can say domain/cancel and then show some message, I don't know. Okay, so after this, in the creating, we need to also say Stripe account ID. So this is the ID of this connected Stripe account. and then return session URL. So this session URL will be like a URL that we will push user. It's gonna be like that Stripe checkout session, like a Stripe checkout page. So let's go ahead and into users. Let's first import this internal. It's from generated server API. So users get Stripe account ID. So let's go to users, users.ts. So here we want to say export const get Stripe account internal query, because we don't want this to be exposed to our client just inside of this Convex folder with other like Convex functions. Arguments is user ID, handler. We want to say just get user by user ID. If user is null, user not found. Return user.stripe account ID. So let's import this like that, and that's it. Let's go back and save this as well. So right now, if I go ahead and say standard, but I'm editing, so let's go to a different account where I can purchase. So let me sign out. So now I logged in, registered with a different account, and I'm gonna say order now. Okay, that's an error. I think if I try changing this, yeah, we have some error. Stripe account not found. Yeah, so in the Convex database, we don't have Stripe account ID here. So I logged back again into this account that's owner of this gig, and what I have to do is this account should have connected Stripe account so we can do payments. So I think we should make it so that even like if this user doesn't have a connected Stripe account, he cannot publish gigs. But let's first make connecting functionality. Let's go to navbar in dashboard _ components and just add this after switch to selling. Add this connect Stripe. So then create connect-stripe tsx in the same components folder. So we're gonna start with use client and some imports in connect Stripe tsx, and then connect Stripe, export default connect Stripe, router, use router from next/navigation, user ID, set user ID, to use state ID users, create Stripe, that's gonna be action, use action. So you wanna use action instead of mutations or queries when you need to call external APIs. But if you don't need to, then don't use actions, it's better to use queries and mutations. API users create Stripe, we're gonna make this. User ID is undefined, return null, return, div in the same row, and then button, on click, it's gonna be asynchronous, const URL is await, create Stripe. So we will call the backend API to create Stripe. This will return URL for us to register to Stripe, to connect our account to Stripe. And then router push URL. So this will go to stripe.com/create account, whatever. And then close this button and say connect Stripe. So let me save this, and I'm gonna go here and import this. And now we need to go ahead and say users create Stripe. So let's go to users TS. So here we're gonna say create Stripe. It's gonna be action, arguments user ID, handler, check identity. If there is no identity, called create Stripe, not store user. And then const Stripe is new Stripe, process and the next Stripe key, and API. Okay, account ID is Stripe or null. So it's gonna be string or null, and await context run query internal users get Stripe account ID. We already have it here, so we just need to import this at the end. Pass in user ID. Okay, if account ID doesn't exist, const account, Stripe accounts create, type standard. Read about this in the Stripe Connect documentation. Account ID, account.id, and then context run mutation, internal users set Stripe account ID, and pass in user ID. Stripe account ID is account ID. Account link await Stripe account links create. Account ID, refresh URL process and next public hosting URL. Return URL, next public hosting URL / Stripe account setup complete. We need to save the Stripe account ID of this user that successfully created Stripe account. And then arguments user ID here. So we need to save this ID in the database. Okay, account onboarding and return account link URL. So we're gonna push the user to this URL. Let me import action. Let me import Stripe from Stripe. And let me import internal. And next public hosting. Okay, so this must be process and next public hosting URL. And we need to create this one. Okay, so below this in the user, just say internal mutation, set Stripe account ID. That's gonna be user ID, Stripe account ID, handler. User is await database get. So just get the user by user ID, and then user not found. Context database patch, args user ID, Stripe account ID is gonna be args Stripe account ID, and that's it. So let me import this, and that should be it. Everything should work. We need to make a few changes in Connect Stripe, so let's delete this. We don't need user ID at all. API creates Stripe, and then here we will not pass anything as arguments. Now in users.ts, we need to make arguments empty object. So create Stripe, make arguments empty object. And what else I changed is we need to here get user. So run query API users get current user. That's how. And then copy this user, and user ID will be user.id. And so also you want to say if not user, if user is null, just return for now. So we don't need this now, and then copy this. Instead of arguments user ID, we say this. So that should be it. Let's say actually here as well. Okay, that should be it. And now it's telling me that this URL can be null. So I'm gonna say if URL is null, we just wanna return. So make sure in navbar you have this connect Stripe imported. And if I go ahead and click connect Stripe, it's messed up. We will fix styling. Let me see just if it works. And I am successfully getting redirected. And now you need to like create your account, everything. So you can log in with your existing Stripe account, but let me return back. So now we need to create this URL, Stripe account setup complete, and then ID of something. Let's copy this Stripe account setup complete. So inside of app, let's make a new file, Stripe account setup complete / in square brackets user ID / page.tsx. Here we are going to say use client and import, and then we're gonna say props, params, user ID, that's from URL, and then Stripe account setup complete, extract params, give it type, and then start with update is use action, API Stripe set Stripe account setup complete. We're gonna make this router use router from next / navigation, use effect, set Stripe. Oh my god! So that's gonna be async, and then arrow function try await update and pass in user ID. and then push back to, after this is finished, push back to home page. Catch error, and then toast error. Error saving your Stripe payment processing, and push back. And then call this set Stripe account setup complete. And then this use effect will update when update changes params user ID or router. Return div Stripe account setup complete. This page will redirect shortly and loading. So that's it. We are going to just we're gonna have to make this. I'm just not sure what this even is, so let me comment this out. I think this is useless. So let's go to stripe.ts. So set Stripe account setup complete. It's gonna be action, arguments user ID, handler, const Stripe, create a new Stripe, object, client, API version, const user, await context run query, API users get, and then pass in user ID, get the user, so if there is no user, user not found, user Stripe account ID, so doesn't exist, Stripe account not found, account is gonna be equal to await Stripe accounts, retrieve user Stripe account ID, and then account charges enabled. We're gonna run mutation, internal users update Stripe setup, and pass in user ID, and Stripe account setup complete. So update Stripe setup. I have no idea if we got this. Let's see. We don't have it. Okay, so we're gonna make it. And then else throw error. So let's go ahead and import this API. And then we need to go to users and update Stripe setup. In users.ts, we're gonna say update Stripe setup, internal mutation, and then Stripe account setup complete, boolean and ID, those are arguments, handler function, context database patch, arguments ID, Stripe account setup complete, arguments Stripe account setup complete. Now let's go here, connect Stripe. Let me go ahead and fill all of this information. So I went through everything, and now, well, let's see what happens. So let me go here. And looks like I have Stripe account ID right here. So that's it, Stripe account setup true. So this should work. Now if I go and log in into the other account, I should be able to purchase. I just logged in into the different account, and let me go ahead and order now. And we are getting Stripe checkout. And I'm going to fill it with this test data. So this is data, if you are in test mode, this is Stripe test data. So 424242, 4243, so whatever, and then pay. And that's it, I paid the user. Now, one important thing is I didn't really have time to do anything else with this. So the way this works now is it's based on trust between user and the seller. So seller gives something and then user pays them or orders in advance. So right now I'm not tracking like the payments in my database because I didn't have time to do it. But you can just go to my YouTube and setup and development video that I will show in the description below. It will show you, half of it is about Stripe. So it will show you how to set up, like how to track payments with Stripe webhooks. So you need to make maybe some webhooks on Stripe, so track payments, and then some APIs in your website, but also this works as well. So you don't need to make it until later because the website will work. Now let's fix this messed up styling. So go to connect Stripe button and just remove all of these classes and say button variant to be, open this and secondary. Connect Stripe. We don't want to show this if the stripe is connected. So here in navbar, we want to say if not current user dot stripe account setup complete and display this, and then close it. So if it's false, this is, so if it's setup, this will not be displayed. But on this account, it's not set up. So let me go to the other account where I set it up. So here, there is no that button because my stripe is set up. So now if I go to my gig and I click user, we go to user profile, but it's not found. So let's go to our code. And here where we have the username, and let's just click and say page.tsx. So here we're gonna start with some imports that you can import later. Interface, seller page props, parameters, username, gig ID. Now this is a bit weird because we don't have gig ID. So what I was doing here, I have no idea. Okay, so params and then seller page props. I will fix this. I think this is like not necessary. Okay, arrow function, export the page, seller use query, get user by username, and then pass in username. Skills query, API skills get by user, pass in the username. Gigs query, API gigs get by seller name, pass in seller name. I just forgot to delete this, so you don't need this. And then we want to get reviews, get by seller name, and then pass in seller username, seller. So if any of these is undefined, we just want to return loading. If any of these is null, then not found. Although if your reviews is null, the seller can still be found. So we will fix this. Okay, skills string. So we want to get all the user skills and just map. So we want to map each skill. So this is skill name, skill object, and skill name. We want to join them into string, all the names. So if seller is undefined or reviews is undefined, then return loading. If seller or reviews is null, return not found. This is weird. Okay, we want to go make some divs. This is for all screen sizes. Another div, profile card, seller, pass in reviews, and then div about me, and then seller about, div, skills, and then skills string, my gigs list, seller username, just pass in seller username, so seller's gigs, reviews, stats. So this is like it's shown like as stats, like with bars and stuff. So just pass in reviews and then actual reviews. So we want to display reviews as well besides reviews stats. So pass in reviews, and that's it. So I think what we should do is completely remove this reviews is equal to null. And seller, we're already checking if it's null, so we don't need it here. Seller is undefined and reviews undefined. We are checking this as well already here. And then if reviews is null, you should still exist. I think if skills is null, like there shouldn't be any problems. Okay, and then so we want to check if skills exists or empty string like this. So I think that's it. Now this is any type, so we are going to solve this. So if skill exists, then show skills, otherwise just display nothing. And make sure you spell it as skills. So let's create these things that we are importing. So let's go to API users, get user by username. in users.ts, export const get users by username query, arguments username optional string, handler. If args username is undefined, return null. If not args username, return null. So this is, yeah, if this is null. But it can be only undefined, so I think this is unnecessary also. Okay, so user await context database query users with index by username. And then unique, and then return user. That's it. Now go to gigs.ts and then export const get by seller name. So get gig by seller name query. So we need seller name, handler. So get the user, so query users by username. Then if user is not or null, return null. And then gigs is await context database query gigs by seller ID, and you say user ID. Seller ID field is user ID, and collect all gigs of this user, and then return gigs. Okay, let's go create these skills and say get by user. So let's copy these skills, and in the Convex folder, say skills.ts. Here, do some imports. Get by user, it's gonna be query. Argument is username, handler function, identity, and if not identity, unauthorized. User await context database. So query users. We want to query by username and get the first user, although get skills by user, so I think this should be unique, not first. But anyways, just if there is no user not found, but unique and first both work. It's just that unique will throw an error if there is more than one. Okay, skills, we're gonna query for skills by user ID and then collect. So this is the user ID and collect all of them and return skills. That's it. So in reviews.ts, export get by seller name. And then we wanna go ahead and say args seller name, handler. We wanna get seller by like query users by username. So by username args seller name, unique, seller not found, reviews. Now we want to get reviews. So query reviews with index by seller ID and collect. So you don't need this, I just forgot to delete it. Reviews full type, promise all. So we want to resolve all promises. Now for each review, we're going to map it and say gig is await context database query gigs. We wanna filter all of the, so we wanna filter all of the gigs by review.gig.id. So I think we wanna get all of the gigs that have, this is confusing. So, it must be unique. Yeah, so we're gonna get a review that this user left on this gig. So I'm not sure why I'm doing it like this, so this is bad. So I can just say review gig ID and I say get like this. But I made this project 2 months ago when I was just learning this, so that's why. Okay, so I'm gonna leave it this way for now, but you can whatever you want. So gig not found. Okay, now we need to query images by gig ID. And then get the first image because we only need one image to show in the review. And then if there is no image not found, yeah? Await, so get URL, okay. So get URL image storage ID. So this image object, it has format storage ID, but doesn't have URL. So we need to convert this storage ID into URL. And then image not found. Context database query offers. Now we need to collect offers by gig ID and collect. So that's gonna be premium, standard, basic, whatever. If there is no offers not found. image with URL. That's gonna be, so we spread the image, we spread all of these fields, and then we add below the last field, we add URL, image URL. Get author country, so query users. Author ID, this is bad. No, you copy this and you say dot get, and then in brackets, dot get in brackets review author ID. Okay, but you can do it this way as well to get this author by ID. Author not found if it doesn't exist. Country by user ID. Unique, again, you say, so we're gonna query countries with index. Okay, that's it. This is good. This is good. Okay, so no country, country not found. Return spread review object. Then add gig image, image with URL. Offers author. Author is gonna be spreading author and country. And then return reviews full type. So you see what reviews full type has. It has all of this. So the database functions are finished. We just need to make a few components here. So let's first copy this underscore components profile card, go to the same level, and then click that page and just say .tsx. So profile card, we're gonna do some imports. Profile card props, seller is doc users, reviews, doc reviews, export const profile card. We're gonna extract these props, and then arrow function, languages. So we wanna get users, get languages by username, and username will be seller username. A use query is gonna be get country by username. So we wanna pass in the username. Languages undefined, country undefined, we return loading. Languages string, so we wanna just convert this array to a string. So for each language we wanna get language object dot, this is name of the language, and we wanna convert, like join all names into string. Average review, we do this the same way we did it like 4 times already. So I'm just not sure if I need to multiply this by 3, because so if this review is weird, if it's higher than 5 or something, then because I think I explained, so let's not waste your time. Return div avatar. Avatar and everything is from components UI. It's never from Radix UI. Okay, so show seller in profile image, and fallback is like first name of the seller. We did this, and then div, another div. Okay, so we want to show seller username and seller at seller username, or seller full name and at seller username. Okay, some div star. This is for, I think, reviews. Reviews.length, so number of reviews, and then average review. But the average review will get messed up because I think I need to multiply by 3 maybe. Okay, so seller custom tag, that's gonna be top rated seller or new seller or rising seller, whatever the custom tag in your database is. Seller title, some div, another div, message circle, languages string, so what languages is seller speaking. Okay, then do this. Map pin, country name, and that's it. That's the whole page. Now in users, let's say export const get language by username, arguments username, handler. Okay, so now let's get user by username. By username, unique, there is no user, and then languages, let's query languages by user ID and collect all of them and return languages. Then get country by username. So user, this is the same. So just get the user by username, check if the user exists. Okay, query countries by user ID, and this must be unique. And then if there is no countries, country not found, return country. That's it. So profile card is now does not have any errors. So let me actually comment all of these, and now I'm gonna comment all of these. I wanna just show you what profile card looks like. This is what it looks like. I don't have no skills, I don't have no country, I don't have no languages. There is no here as well the user tag, but we'll work on this. Now let's display all gigs of this user. So in next to profile card, my-gigs-list.tsx. Let's start with use client and some imports. My gigs list props seller username is gonna be string. My gigs list seller username, just extract this. Okay, so gigs use query, get gigs with images, and then pass in seller username. If gig is undefined, return loading, return. Okay, we need carousel from components UI carousel. So options, align start, loop true, carousel of images will loop, drag free false. I'm not sure about these, but this is like maybe you want to be able to drag or not drag by like images. And then class name, wfull, close the tag. So we have next and previous image, or is this, now this is gig list, so this is not image. And then carousel content, gigs map, so for each gig, we're gonna say carousel item, 1/3. So I think this is display, I don't know. Okay, so link, when we click each gig, it's gonna go to that gig's link, to that gig's page. So href, seller username and gig ID. Images, okay, so yeah, each gig is also display all of its images, so you can scroll through images. So we need to say images, gig images, title, gig title, allow delete false. That's it. Now we need to just make this in the database, so go to gigs. So in gig.ts we're gonna say export const get gigs with images, and then argument seller username handler. Okay, so get seller by username, we already did this. I'm gonna skip through this quickly. Okay, so now we're gonna query gigs by seller ID. This is yeah, okay, this is good. By seller ID, get all gigs from this seller. Then check if there is no gigs. Gigs with images, we want to resolve all promises. So for each gig, we're gonna map all gigs. Okay, so image, we'll query gig media by gig ID. Collect all of the images for this gig ID. Images with URLs, so we wanna resolve all promises again. So for each image, we wanna convert this image storage ID into URL, image URL, because images object that has storage ID but not the URL, so you need to convert this to URL. And then image not found, and spread the image and add URL. So here, if I go here, we have spread image and then URL. Gigs with images, now spread the gig and images with URLs. That's it. Return gigs with images. So now gigs with images. Although this should be gig with images, not gigs with images. Okay. And then here return gigs with images. So my gig list is now like it works. So let me go to where here page tsx and uncomment this my gig list. And let's go down and uncomment my gig. So I'm gonna move this comment down like that. So if I go here, now I should see all of the gigs. It's right here, and I think I can scroll through images, although I think this gig does not have any more images. So I clicked it and it went to the gig page. So this is gonna be a carousel, so one gig here, one here, and there is this arrow. So all of the gigs will be shown here. And now let's go and show reviews. So in the components, we want to make a new file, reviews/reviews.tsx. We also want to have review-box.tsx, add-review.tsx, and reviews-stats.tsx. So in the reviews.tsx, do some imports, reviews, props, full review, review full type, and then extract the props, calculate average score for all reviews. So array 5 fills 0, initialize array for star distribution, 5 levels. We'll see what this is. So we want to calculate the average review score that we did 10,000 times. Okay. This is wait. Const rounded average, math round average, star distribution. I think this requires more work. Let's see. I need to first see like what this even is. Okay, so we are getting average score. That's reduce. So we have total, and then for each review, we calculate the average for that review, and then we round that average, and then we say star distribution. What is this even? It's an array filled with zeros, and then we count the number of reviews for each star level. Return total plus average, and then review divide by reviews length. So this is to show the progress bar for, so for example, we will have recommend to a friend and then progress bar for only those, like for all of the reviews, we just take recommend to a friend and then make calculate average of all recommend to friend. And then, so that's why we are doing this, but I forgot exactly like, okay, well, we'll see. Calculate the maximum number of reviews for any star level to set relative progress bar maximum. Max reviews, star distribution, max star distribution. Okay. Rating breakdown, seller communication level, calculate average, reviews map, review calculate communication level. Okay, so just calculate average for all of these. So here in calculate average, we are mapping reviews such that we only get reviews.recommend to a friend. So here we are only sending recommend to our array of recommend to a friend numbers, and that's it. So only array of numbers. So recommend to a friend from each review. Okay, now let's define this calculate average. It's gonna take array of numbers. It's gonna return a number. If values length 0, return 0. Sum. Values reduce. Total value. Total plus value start from 0. Return sum divided by values.length. This will calculate average. So here, for example, average. So here, recommend to a friend. As I said, we send all of the recommend to friend values from each review in array. Only recommend to friend values. And then get the average of recommend to friend review. Return div reviews map. Return. And then this fragment review box. And key and review. And separator at the bottom. So that's it. Now let's just make this review box that's gonna show our reviews. So review box, let's go here, review box that we already made. Let's start with imports, props, and then extract props, the standard. Okay, average score, we did this already. So average score for this review. And then distance to now. So when the review was posted, format distance from now, and review creation time. Add suffix true. I forgot what this suffix is. Return div avatar So avatar source, oh my god, I just hard coded it. What? Gravat. I don't wait. Maybe this should be like user dot image, or I don't know what this even is. Okay, so there is no fallback. Div review author full name, review author country name, review comment, and then div distance to now, so 5 hours ago, and then div display 5 stars. So we're gonna make a new, or is it no? What is this? This is making a new array, I think. And then map, and then display stars, size, color. Star is icon. This is icon. Okay. And below that, average score to fixed 1. Let's see what this even does. Separator, and then div ordered, div, another div, aspect ratio 16:9, image, review image URL, fill, so you're gonna fill this, must be fill, and then review gig title, and this, and aspect ratio close. And then below, div, outside of this div, and then review gig title. Now let's go back to page tsx, and we're gonna uncomment this, and we are going to uncomment reviews. But I'm gonna do that by moving this here. So I think our gig has absolutely 0 reviews, so that's why it's not showing anything. So we need to make a functionality to add reviews as well. So let's do that. Now let's do this add review. So use client, imports, add review props, gig ID, seller ID, form schema. So this is gonna be a form. We're gonna say z object, comment, z string, minimum 5 characters, message comment must be larger than 5 characters, service as described, number, minimum 1, service as described must be at least 1, maximum 5, message, recommend to a friend, number the same thing, minimum 1, maximum 5, and then communication level, minimum 1, maximum 5. Okay, that's the form schema object. Okay, export const add review. Extract these. Const mutate pending from use API mutation. API reviews add. Okay, so form. Use form. So type is z.infer from type of form schema. So the type of form we're gonna infer from this object. Resolver will be zod resolver form schema. Default values will be comment nothing, empty string, 5, communication level, everything default values, okay. Then on submit values, z infer, so the type is z infer, type of form schema. And then we can console log values. So this is values is like on submit when we submit the form. Mutate, gig ID, seller ID. So this is creating, adding review. Comment, service as described, all of this stuff. Form reset at the end. Then and catch, so if you want to do something when this mutate finishes. Return, add review is title. Form, we're gonna spread this form, I don't know where I defined it here. Form, we need to make this because this is from ShadCN UI. This is how the syntax goes. Form handle submit on submit, and then space y8. Okay, so field comment field, form field, control form control. You just need to pass this name comment, render. So how the field will be rendered? It's gonna be form item. Label comment, form control, that's gonna be input, enter your comment, and then spread the field. Form message, this is the error message. And form description, leave a review comment. Then we're gonna go ahead and say the same thing for control, name service as described, field, for item, service as described, and then form control, input number, minimum 1, maximum 5, rate 1 to 5 placeholder, and then spread the field and form description. And I'm just gonna go quickly because it's the exact, you can just copy paste for service as described, communication level, and everything. Okay, and then button, submit. Now let's go ahead and in reviews make this add function. In reviews TS, let's say export const add mutation. So all of the arguments, gig ID, seller ID, comment service, this, numbers, handler, check identity, current user is gonna be query users, with index by token. So we're gonna get the current user by token identifier, and then it must be unique. Check the user if it exists, and then review. We will just insert into reviews, and object will be gig ID. It's gonna be gig ID. Seller ID will be seller ID. Author, current user author. I think we don't need this question mark. And then comment, service as described, all of these, and return review. So I think we can delete question mark because we are checking here if it exists. And that should be it. So since I'm not exactly 100% sure where this is shown, like this add gig, so I think it may be in reviews, like review stats. So let's uncomment this. Let's uncomment this, but I'm not gonna save it for now because I don't want my page to break. So let me go here into review stats. So review stat is actually similar to reviews. Let's do some imports. Review stats props, and then extract the props, do the usual. So this is the same. We wanna get average for each of the categories from all reviews. So we wanna get average score. So we wanna reduce total review, average review, communication level, plus all of this stuff divided by 3. So this is average for this review. Rounded average, math round average. Start the script, the distribution, start distribution. So we want to just go through this array and then do something with it. Okay, so return total plus average and divide by reviews length. So this should be, what is this? It's a number that's average score for, I think, the whole reviews, everything, all of the reviews together. And then we want to calculate the maximum number of reviews for any star level to set relative progress. Okay, so I think star distribution. Well, this is calculating maximum of something I just forgot, I'm sorry. Calculate rating breakdown values dynamically. Rating breakdown. Seller communication level. Calculate average. We want to send all of the communication levels. So we want to calculate average of all of the communication level from each interview. Same here. And then calculate average define function. This is an array of numbers. It's going to return a number. If value length 0, values length 0, return 0. Sum values reduce. So we want to add up all, for example, all of the array numbers starting from 0, and then divide sum by values length. That's gonna calculate average. Return div p font bold average review score. Average score to fixed 2 decimals. Stars, so 3 stars, I think, or no, 3.5 stars. For example, star distribution dot map. I don't know what the star distribution is. Let me see. So we want to map it. So for count and index, we want to say star level 5 minus index. So star level 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Percentage. Yeah, we want to get the percentage. So count maximum reviews. So we want to get the percentage. So for example, if your review is 2.5 and the reviews are from 1 to 5, then percentage is 50% at 2.5. We want to show this in percentage, so times 100. So calculate percentage for progress bar. We're going to have progress bar for each category. So communication is going to be a progress bar from 0 to 100%. Return, div, key star level, class name, button, variant ghost, star level, stars, button. Okay, so progress value percentage. So this is a progress bar from UI component, from ShadCN UI, like components UI. And then go down and say rating breakdown, object, entries, rating breakdown, map. So map each of these rating breakdown. This is just an object. Okay. Label value and then index. So this has label and value, I think. So we're gonna do key index and then class name, label. We want to show label and value to fixed one. So I think this will just like this will be next to the progress bar to show like the numerical value of this like average. So that's it. Let's go to this page TSX and save it. And now we finished it. It's all saved. The only problem we have, cannot find progress primitive from Radix UI React progress. This is in UI progress TSX. This error is a little bit weird, so I'm just gonna go here to ShadCN and progress, and I'm gonna click manual installation and just install, copy this npm and install it. And maybe this will resolve the issue. And it's fixed. Now you can see what we made and rating breakdown, so this will make more sense when you go and study what the hell we made. Honestly, my guys, I have no idea where this add review is in my code, so let's just continue. We're gonna be able to add reviews. Okay guys, I found it. So go to app, username, gig ID and page TSX. And that's where we are going to uncomment first of all this add review. So let me go ahead and uncomment this. So this should work. Okay, so we need to fix the import. So I'm just gonna say here and import again, like that. And then this import. Ah, yeah, I uncommented the wrong thing. Oh my god, that's crazy. Okay, let me save. And now, so if we go to the gig page, now we see this add review form. So comment, amazing gig, bro. I'm gonna have service as described. For communication, doesn't really speak English. To submit. Oh, expected number received string. That's crazy. Let me see again. Oh my god, that's not good. So in my research, I found that in the add reviews, I have this, I already commented set default values as numeric, so it doesn't give weird expected number got string error, but I already did it. So why is it behaving like this? So what I did is I just refreshed the page, and if I go ahead and just add whatever the comment and I press submit, the review is saved. Yes, so that works. If I say 3 expected number received string, that's crazy. Or if I do this, and then comment is to. Okay, I found the fix. We're gonna have to go into so form field for service as described field, and here after placeholder and field, we're gonna paste the following. We're gonna say on change curly brackets e and then field dot on change. So we're gonna trigger the same on change function, but parse int e target value. So we're just gonna trigger the same onChange function, but we will convert text to int. And we need to do this for each of the other fields. So here after the field, and here after the field, and save it. And let's go here and refresh this page. Let me scroll down, and now if I go ahead and change whatever, I need to add some comments. So as you can see, I'm not getting any issues. I submit, and we have an issue. So it's parse int, I just misspelled. So let's go back. This is parse int. So let me fix that. Okay, and then we wanna try again. 3, oh my God. Guys, just make sure, I'm gonna like do this again. So let me delete this, and I'm gonna make sure to paste the correct version again. So onChange e, so this is the correct version. Okay, let me try again. So 4, 3, 4, 2, and then nice bro, submit. Okay, now it works. So see how we have 4 reviews and the average review is 11, which is not possible because review can be from 1 to 5. So let's go to seller.tsx, and here where we have reviews length, so we need to divide by reviews length times 3. And now it's gonna be this. But we also don't want to have so many decimal places. So let's go here, scroll down of the seller TSX where you have average review and say to fixed 5. Oh, no, 2 decimal places. And then let's copy this, and let's also go to seller details, this one, and then average review, let me get here, and then to fixed 2, and also we want to say reviews length and times 3, because each review has 3, 1, 2, 3 of these. So now this will also be fixed. And let me show you a bit of surprise. If I go to my profile, we see all of this. This is the list of gigs, and we see how my progress bar works. And I'm not sure if it works as it should be working. And then, so for each review, and what the hell is this? Ah, this is the hard-coded image that I programmed, but you can just say, like, put author image. So I showed which gig I did the review for, and then I just show the review, the average review, time, and everything. So I didn't have time to like completely fix this. So if I have time, I will show you, but if I don't have time, then sorry, I cannot, I didn't have time to fix this. App seller username. So we are going to, so in username, we're gonna say page TSX. And layout, so we are making something. So the thing we are making is, I don't know yet, but let's see. Now I think we don't need this page TSX, so let's actually remove it, sorry. So move to recycle bin. So in layout TSX that I just made, let's say import seller navbar from component seller navbar, dashboard layout props. We wanna extract all of that. Return main seller navbar, show the seller navbar and children, and that's it. This is the layout. Now let's copy this underscore component seller navbar, and next to this layout let's make a new file, just copy or paste all of that and .tsx. So there will be a whole navbar that we are going to be creating. Use client, and then all of the imports, and then const components. It's gonna have type title string, href string, description string, and that's gonna be array. And then there's gonna be array of objects, and then these are the objects. So title orders, href. Now this navbar, I'm showing to you how to do this, but this will be incomplete. So you don't need to like write these things because they won't lead to anywhere. But I'm showing you how to make this navbar for your application just if you want to. It's a more complex navbar, but if you don't want to make this, you can skip this. So this is just for you to learn how to make a more complex navbar, but for a more complex application. So we have this description of this navbar element. Then we have title gigs, and then href to where this leads. This can be like the home page, like this, without like this. Okay, description, and we want to make this whole object profile or everything. Okay, so then export const seller navbar. API users get current user. Router from next/navigation. On click inbox, push to inbox. Return something. So return div button on click. We're gonna say on click inbox. So this is inbox and message circle. So this will show inbox. If current user, so if the user is logged in, variant ghost, we wanna say router. Okay, so we have switched to buying. So this was switched to selling, now switch to buying. And then user button. Then below that, we want to say navigation menu. This is from UI components. So go to ShadCN and read about this if you want. Navigation menu list. Navigation menu item. Link to /docs. We don't have this /docs, but I'm just showing you how to make this if you need. So you can like just not write this if you don't want this. Legacy, I don't know what this is because I just copy pasted a lot of this from ShadCN, so they have everything in documentation, but I'm just showing you how to make this. Navigation menu link, class name, navigation menu trigger style. I don't know what this is. Dashboard. So you'll see what this is when we finish this. I will show you what it looks like. Okay, navigation menu item, navigation menu trigger, my business, and then content. That's gonna be unordered list, list item, navigation menu link, and then you have a href. You don't need this image, but I'm gonna make a div orders, and then whatever the hell this is, keep track of your orders. So this is a bit more complex navbar that shows you like not only this with good styling, but also descriptions and stuff. So list item, another one. This is for managing gigs. So let's just say title gigs, and this we have. So this is actual link that we have in that we're going to have. Manage, create, or edit your gigs here. And let me now speed up. So list item, this is seller current user profile. I think we don't have this one because seller is just, I think for us, it's just like this. This is the profile. But okay, let's leave it like this. Manage and edit your profile. Present yourself to the world. Navigation menu item below. Let me advertise it. Okay, so there is a bunch of more like, what is this components? This is components. Yeah, so this is, yeah, these components here. So orders, gigs, profile, components map. So for each component, we wanna list items. So key, title, href, component description. Let me just, there is no point. Let me just quickly like go through all of this. Is the same. And then I want to show you what it looks like. So list item, yeah, so this list item, we are going to define it here. So what is it? It's going to be React forward ref, React element A. So it's going to be a link. And then we're going to say React component props without ref, display name, and we're going to pass in class name, title, children, props. So this is children, title. I think we also have a ref. I'm honestly not sure like too well like what I'm doing here because I just copy pasted this from ShadCN. So we're gonna show some links. A title and children. Okay, well, if I save this, let's see what all of it looks like. So if I go to switch to selling, guys, it looks like I cannot even show you the navbar right now because we don't have this page. So we need to make this manage gigs. But this is one of the last, if not the last thing we are doing in this tutorial. So let's go. So in manage gigs, so username, manage gigs, we're gonna, next to layout, we're gonna say page.tsx. So page.tsx, use client, we import link. So we import all of the imports, manage gigs. This is a managing page. So this page is gonna display all of the gigs we have and let us manage them. Current user, get current user. Okay, so get gig with order amount and revenue. Okay, if gig is undefined, current user undefined, it's loading. If gig is null or this is null, not found. And then gig data. So this type, what is this type even? Oh, this is, we'll see what this is. Okay, so we are mapping each gig. ID is gig ID. So we are creating this object data and we are saying title is gig title. And then image is image URL or this random image that I don't know even what is this. It's a placeholder image. So this data is what we will show in our like table about gigs. Clicks, gigs, clicks, orders, revenue, username. Okay, then return, make some divs, div, h1 gigs, p, manage, create or edit your gigs and offers, button, variant blue, which we don't have, but I will make it. Let's actually go and create this variant. So let's go to button tsx, and here where we have variants, we're gonna add a new variant blue and give it these names. We're gonna say blue secondary, give it these class names, and white and these class names. So let me continue with this. So this button will go to the manage gigs create. So this is for creating a gig. Okay, then we're gonna have a separator, and then data table. This is table, we will show all of our data. So let's now create this get gigs with order amount and revenue. So in gigs.ts, let's create that. It's gonna be a query. Let's speedrun through this, it's easy. Check identity. Okay, get user by token identifier, get currently logged in user. Check user is authenticated, and then gigs, query gigs by user ID, so all of the gigs of this seller. Order descending by creation time, collect all of them, because we want to display it in the manage gigs tab. Gigs with order amount, so we want to resolve all promises. Gig map, so for each gig, we're going to get orders by gig ID. Collect all of them. Order amount is orders length. Return, spread the gig, and add order amount, and that's it. Okay, gigs with order amount and revenue. Resolve all promises. Gigs with order amount, so map all of these gigs. Const offers, so we want to query offers. So this is revenue. So we want to query offers by gig ID. And then total revenue is offers. Need to reduce. So accumulation plus offer price. Return gig total revenue. Guys, I'm gonna be honest with you. I think I made a mistake here. So I'm calculating the prices of all offers, but I should be calculating prices of orders, because offers are like just basic premium standard. So, but I don't have time to fix this. That's the problem. So I think you need to okay, so you can copy this orders and then like here, and then say orders and then order. But then you're gonna have to like, so for each order you need to get like, you have offer ID, and then you can like get the offer and then calculate the price, or you need to get the number of offers. I'm not sure. You need to get the offer price of this offer and then just add those. So that's how you get revenue. But for now, because I don't have time, I have to leave it like this. Okay, so gigs with order, amount, and revenue map. So we're gonna make async function. This is self-executing function, just to do it in this way as well, to show you how to do it. So we're gonna query gig media by gig ID. First, we wanna get the first image, and then if image, we wanna get, so we wanna convert this storage ID into URL, and then return gig spread gig and then image URL. Return gig image URL is null. What? So if image exists, then you return image URL. But if image doesn't exist, then you return image URL as null. Okay, back at our page TSX seller username, we actually seller username page TSX. First of all, this page TSX should be inside of manage gigs. So let me cut all of this and make page.tsx inside of manage gigs, and then paste it here, because this is where it should be. And then I can delete this page TSX because it's useless. So inside of manage gigs, we need to create a folder underscore components. So let's make inside another file gig-card / index.tsx. This is quick and easy. Import doc git card props gig, so, and then extract props, return div gig title. That's it. Now we need in components, besides gig card, inside of components, gig-list.tsx. This one is also short, so use client and imports gig card, then just extract. So gigs is use query API gigs get. That's gonna get all the gigs from currently logged in user, and then return map gigs gig card key and gig. That's it. Now next to gig list, we're gonna add data-table.tsx at the end. Use client and imports. We're gonna install this, I think. npm install this. Okay, then interface data table props, t data and t value, column def. I think we are going to import this from somewhere. Yeah, from this. And then t data and t value. So you can read more about this in ShadCN tables. So just Google ShadCN tables and read more documentation. I'm not really sure. I just copy pasted a bunch of this code for this table. So we got data and data type, and columns type. Export function, data table, give it the types, columns, data table props, all of this good stuff. Table is use React table. That's crazy. I don't know where this comes from. It's from this. Okay, and then data, so you need to pass in props, data, columns, get core row. I'm not sure what this is, bro. Let's just do it. Div table, so this file I just copy pasted, I think. And then table header, and then, so this is gonna show table header, I guess, header group, table row, key, I don't know. Let's just go through this, bro. Table header is a place. I have no idea what this is. Okay. So you can come here to ShadCN data table, not table, but data table, and then just read about it if you are interested. I think yeah, I need to install this, which I'm already installing, I think. And then you can read how it works, but I just made it work and now I don't remember how it works. So that's the thing. Now let's go back and continue with this. I'm just gonna like, you can copy, paste and read all about this. Oh yeah. So this is the data table file. It's just gonna show this type of table at the top. This type of table. Now we need to make columns tsx. So let's go here in components, columns.tsx. So columns is actually like our data, I think. So let's do imports. You can read about this also in data table ShadCN because this is also from there. And then gig data, so you can use Zod schema. Okay, we just define type gig data that we exported and imported. And then this is gig data type. This is what we will show in our table, all of this. Okay, and then say columns. We're gonna define accessor key, gig, header, gig, cell, row, and then link, it's gonna go to seller/sellers, image, width height, row original image. What is this? This is, I think this will just like point to the gig. Okay, I will see. And then we have clicks row, we have orders, we have, or those are columns, not rows, columns, revenue. And then this will say revenue in the header, and this will show the parse float. So we're gonna say row get value revenue amount, and then formatted. We're gonna format this into like this currency style, and then format amount. We're gonna display formatted. Below that we have actions. So that's like just like drop down menu. So we're gonna have delete and stuff here. Gig actions cell. I think we are creating this, yeah. So we're gonna make this cell. We're gonna pass in gig ID, and we're gonna pass in username, row original username. So row original is how you access data. I'm not sure from where, but the data that you are displaying. So that's it. Now let's create this actions. So just next to columns, I'm gonna say actions.tsx. So in actions, we go with imports, props, define those props. Okay, the standard, const, mutate, remove. So this is for removing the gig. Handle delete, remove. So yeah, that's it. You understand this, I think I explained this. So this will, when we click a button, we will handle delete, which will trigger this remove mutation. Drop down menu, and then as child, because this will have a button inside. So if you have a button inside of a button, because this is also a button, you need to say as child or there will be an error. Open menu. This is the button. Yeah, more horizontal. Yeah, this is, what is this? I don't know. Okay. Let's go. Drop down menu content, align end, drop down menu item, link. So that's gonna be edit. So if you click this, it's gonna push you to the editing. Then the other item is going to be copy text, copy link. That's gonna be what? Preview. Okay. So I think we don't need this at all. Okay, and then the last one is gonna be delete. And I think we can safely remove this. And that's it. Now actions should work. And here, this is what it looks like. So we have gigs, manage, create and edit gigs and offers. And this is the gig. Although I had an error that said like, could not find file datatable.ts. So I just went here into page tsx, like manage gigs page tsx, and I deleted this import of data table, and I imported it again, and then everything worked. So we have clicks 0, order 0, revenue 40. So I think, yeah, so this project, I'm sorry for a few things being unfinished. So here you can see our navbar as well. This is the advanced navbar that I was talking about. You see how it has all of these animations. I was not able to implement orders. This is a huge project. I did not know that it would take so much time. But you see, orders are free, and there is no way for me to track orders. So when user purchases order, you can track them here. But this still works because, well, we can work on trust between user and seller so that they will pay. And then when you have orders, that's how you calculate revenue. Right now, we just adds revenue from all three offers. That's not revenue. That's just like, this is not revenue. And this is edit, preview, delete. So if I say preview, it's going to push me to the link. So this page. And maybe you want to disable reviews for people who have not purchased it. But I just didn't have time. And then we have delete, edit. So this is the edit page. I already showed this. Now we need to make manage gigs layout a bit better. So let's go here in manage gigs, create a new file, layout.tsx. So I think we're not using this import anywhere. Just do this interface and then export default function. Manage gigs layout, the standard layout, return, and then give it block space y6, padding and stuff, and then children, and that's it. If I go back, refresh maybe, but I misspelled layout like that. And now it has some better padding, so create will push us to create. This is the create page, and let's quickly speedrun the inbox. So in the app, we're gonna create inbox.page.tsx, and next to that layout.tsx, and then we're gonna say underscore components / sidebar / index.tsx. We will have in the sidebar conversation -list.tsx, conversation-box.tsx. So in sidebar index, we want to use client and do the imports. We want to use font pop-ins. This is weight and stuff. Interface, children, and then we want to say sidebar, return, and aside, and then give it like this. So it's going to be fixed sidebar. As we scroll, it will stay sticky on the screen. It will be fixed. Width 300 pixels. Hidden on mobile and large screen, it's shown. Okay, so first we're going to have a link that's going to be our logo that will link to homepage. So div, image, logo SVG, height, width, span, class name, font semi-bold, and then font class name. So I think it's like to use this font. That's why we're doing this. So we use that font, and then close the span and say Givian. So this is like the name of my application. Okay, and then below link we're gonna say children. So we're gonna display children for this sidebar. So this will be the sidebar. Now let's list all of the conversations. So we're gonna import all of this and use client. So all conversations will be listed in the sidebar. Conversation list, and then const conversation list. Conversations use query API, conversations get by user, and then API users get current user. If conversations is undefined, it's loading. Same for current user. Current user null, it's not found. And then user conversations. Conversations filter conversations that have conversation participant ID is current user ID or participant 2 ID. So participant 1 ID or participant 2 ID is current user ID. So we check all conversations where either participant 1 or participant 2 is the current user. So then we get those conversations. Then we return all conversations, just text. And then user conversations map. So we want to map the conversations, and put each conversation in show box or conversation box. Key, because we are mapping. Conversation, so that's a prop. Current user, and that's it. Conversation box, so we're gonna use client. So this is gonna show each conversation in the sidebar. So for each user, when we click this conversation box, it will go to the conversation with that user. So conversation will be doc conversations, current user. Then we're gonna say conversation box, conversation, current user, conversation box, router, use router, from next/navigation, other user ID will be conversation participant one ID is gonna be current user ID or conversation participant 2 ID. So we wanna check if other user ID is equal to, no. We wanna check if participant 1 ID is equal to current user ID. Then it's participant 1 ID, that's other user ID, or participant 2 ID is the other user. Or if this is not equal, then participant 1 is the other user. Okay. Other user use query, and then API users get ID other user. So we want to get the other user of the conversation. Parameters is use parameters. I think we need to read this, read URL. And then other user check. So I'll show you what this is for. API users get user by username, and then username is going to be params other username as string. So we will have this like in the link. So we are getting parameters. So conversations will be on /index /inbox/other username. So we need to check the other username of our partner we are messaging. Handle click, use callback. This will be deprecated soon. Okay, but I think it forced me to use callback. Okay, router push inbox other user username. Yeah, so when we click on this conversation box, we want to push the router, we want to load this conversation. So because this is in sidebar, all of the conversations in the sidebar. So this is going to change when router changes, other username changes. Okay, so div handle click, we want to pass in these, and then other user check and other user check ID is other user ID. Okay, so if the currently loaded conversation is so in the sidebar we're gonna have Mark, Clark, whatever, Vuk, whatever. We have like 3 conversations. If the currently logged in user, currently shown conversation is of this one, of Clark, then we want to make this a bit more like gray in the sidebar. So in the sidebar, it's going to show which conversation is currently logged in, currently loaded. We're going to check that by getting parameters from the URL and checking the name of the other user. So if the name of the other user, the ID is same as like the one, if we're just going to find, okay, you understand, maybe. Watch again if you didn't, I think I explained. Okay, I don't want to waste too much time. So we're going to display avatar of the other user and other user full name. Oh, that's it. Okay, so that's it. Let me just go to API. So let's create these conversations. So let's go ahead and go to Convex folder. Now we want to be able to create a conversation. So we want to go to Convex, conversations.ts. So let's go ahead and do some imports, and then get by user is a query, handler, check identity, get current user. If current user doesn't exist, couldn't authenticate user. Conversations, we want to query conversations, filter. So we have q.or. So we're going to have 2 conditions. So q equivalent, q field participant 1 ID is current user ID, or participant 2id is current user ID. If we go to our schema.ts, we see that conversations, basically it will just have participant 1 ID and participant 2 ID. So we need to find all conversations of the currently logged in user. It can be either this or this. Collect all of them, return conversations. Okay, now let's do page TSX and layout TSX of inbox. So, imports and use client, inbox page, user ID is use store user effect. If user ID is null, is storing user. I don't know about this one. I think we're gonna delete this. Okay, return. So this is like storing the user if user is not in database, but I don't think we're gonna use this. Okay, so div image empty inbox. So we're gonna display empty inbox here with height. Title, welcome to inbox, and paragraph, select a conversation or start a new one. I'm going to comment this first of all, and I'm gonna comment this, and I'm gonna comment this, because we don't need any of that. Let's go to layout TSX. So use client and imports. So we're gonna say export default function conversation layout. So children, and then you define type children React node. So you can, like, this is a different way to do this without defining interface. You can also like do it like this. Extract children from like this type, but you need to define type. Return, fragment, div fixed. Okay, so that's gonna be a navbar. We're gonna make it fixed on the screen. And then padding top 88 pixels, because we're gonna show navbar, and then sidebar, and then inside of sidebar we're gonna say div height full. I think this is useless. Maybe you don't need this. Conversation list that we just made, and close div and close sidebar. So this is gonna be passed as props, or as children to sidebar. Okay, then go here and just display children. So this is sidebar, and this is like the rest of the page. So if I go ahead and refresh, so this is what it looks like. Welcome to inbox, start a new conversation, all conversations. Now let's finish this functionality. So in order to start a conversation, we need to make page for conversation. So here in inbox, you're gonna say other user name / page.tsx. Okay, so here we're gonna say use client and imports, form props. So this is the conversation page that we are making. Parameters, that's gonna be string, that's gonna be URL parameters. Okay, conversation, so we're gonna use state any. Oh my god, why am I using any? I don't know. Okay, I think this should be doc conversation, but we'll fix it. Get use mutation, API conversations, get or create conversation, and then conversation is use query, API conversations get conversation, and by username. So this is get or create, and what is the difference between this and this? I don't know, we'll see when we are making, I forgot. I made this 2 months ago. Okay, use effect. Call mutation, that's gonna be try. Result, await. So get conversation, pass in username, set conversation result. Catch, console log mutation failed, error, call mutation. And when get changes, parameters, other username changes. Okay, so if any of this is null, return loading, which should not be loading. Oh, it should be loading because this is null. And these are undefined. Conv is null. This should be undefined here. I'm gonna change it when I finish. Okay, so log conversation, div body. So we wanna show messages in the body. Form is like submit message, send message. So user ID, conversation current user ID. Conversation ID will be conversation ID. And that's it. So I think first of all this should be doc and then con and then like this and then conversations, and it's gonna be an array or conversation. Yeah. Okay, and then here I think if this is undefined. Okay, now let's make these two, but this can be null. So conversations, so this is or null. Okay, now let's go here and create these two. So in conversations TS, let's go ahead and say export const get conversation. That's gonna be a query. Arguments username, handler, check identity, get current user, the same as always, check current user, and then other user, get the other user as well by ID and check if, yeah, that's it, other user, and then get conversation, filter, so filter all conversations. Okay, so we have two options. We have that first user is current user ID and participant 2 is other user ID, or participant 1 is other user ID and participant 2 is current user ID. This depends on who clicked on which profile to create a conversation. So that's or, so this is and. Okay, unique, must be unique. Get messages from this conversation. That's crazy. Why am I doing it like this? This should be .get and then conversation ID, but no, there will be a lot of messages. This should be not filter by with index. But okay, you can do it with filter as well. With index is better. By conversation ID index. Okay, because this is going to return all messages and then process. But if you do with index, then it's gonna just return those messages. It's not gonna return all. Messages with users relation. So the reason this is relation is because this is gonna be a bunch of promises that we need to resolve. Messages map. So for each message, you wanna get the user who sent that message. Why am I doing it like this? I made this when I was still learning, forgive me. So I should be doing it like this. So just get and then the ID, but okay. Let's see, return message, spread message and user. Message with users, promise all, yeah, so this is a bunch of promises. Now we're gonna resolve all of those promises. Return, current user, other user, conversation message with users. Okay, so that's it. Now let's create the other one. So this one is get or create conversation. So this is very similar. So let me just speedrun. Identity, it's the same. Get current user, same, everything's same. You can copy paste. Other user, get other, same. Get conversation, so this is exactly the same. Okay, so if there is no conversation, we need to insert a conversation. So participant 1 is current user, participant 2 is other user, and then our conversation, you need to get the conversation. After we insert it, we want to get the full conversation object. Okay, so now we want to get messages. This is same. Don't filter, use with index. So use with index instead of filter. Okay, the relation. So we want to get, oh my god, this is doc messages, not any. Okay, so we want to filter, find the user who sent this message, and then return it. We want to resolve all promises, and we want to return current user, other user, conversation, messages with users, because this will have message field and user field. Oh, okay, so that's it. Now we have get or create conversation. Let's see what we don't have. We don't have this components body and components form. So let's go here in other username. Let's just add a new file underscore components slash body.tsx, but I misspelled. It's tsx, and then form.tsx, and then message-box.tsx. So this is the conversation body. This will show all messages, the body tsx. So we're gonna do imports, interface, export the body page. This should not be export default. This should be export const, but this will also work. Okay, then we're gonna say bottom ref. So we wanna make a div at the bottom of this body. So every time a new message comes, we wanna scroll down to the bottom. Maybe I'm talking too fast, so let maybe talk a bit slower. Use effect. So if bottom ref current, so if this div exists, we're gonna scroll down to this div. When messages change. So when there is a new message, we wanna make a div. So for each message, we wanna map message and index. And in message box, we wanna say is last, although I don't think we are using this, so you can ignore this maybe. Key and message, and that's it. And then this div, that's for scrolling, and save it. Now let's do message box, imports and stuff. Interface, it's gonna be message and is last boolean, but it's optional. Extract, and then export default, current user is undefined, return loading. Okay, so is own. Message.user_id is current user ID. So if message is owned, then we will show them to the right. If the message is not owned, then we will show the messages to the left. And there will be some other styling differences. So container of the message, we're gonna say this, and if it's owned, we're gonna justify at the end. So we're gonna show to the right. Avatar is own, order 2. What is order 2? I don't know. Okay, body, flex call, gap 2 is. So body, we're gonna put items at the end if it's own message. Message style. So if it's own, it's gonna be a bit different colors and text. Yeah, text white, color different. And then, so this has false question mark. Okay, so this will never show. This will always show because I was doing something, I just left it here, so you can, it's okay. You can change this if you know how to. If you don't know, you don't need to change it. Div, so we are now showing, this is container, avatar. It has avatar from at UI components. Image, message user profile URL. Okay, so callback, this could also be the first name, user for full name, character at 0. Okay, so this class is body, and we wanna say class message style, and we will display message text here. And below that, we wanna say when the message is sent, so format, new date, and then we wanna say is last, is own, and message seen, and then we wanna display like seen status. But I think I didn't have time to implement this, so this doesn't do anything. Let me see here. Current user is possibly null. So I'm gonna say if current user is null, return null. Okay, that's it. Form TSX. So we're gonna use client and imports. Form props. User ID. So this form is for sending the message. We need user ID and conversation ID to send the message. Who sent and conversation in which it's sent. Okay, so const form and then export default, although this should be export const, but then you need to change the import as well. So you can do it like this as well. Text, set text of the message, mutate and pending from API messages send, then handle submit. If text is empty, return. We're not gonna send empty message. Mutate text user. Oh, you don't need to, you can leave it like this because it's the same name as this prop. So user seen false, conversation ID, then set text of the message, so of the input field to empty, and console log any errors, and then we want to display, so we want to display input field. So div again, input, placeholder, enter message. class name, value text, on change is set text, on key down, if key is enter, we want to prevent default, so we don't want to, I think, go to new line or something, I'm not sure, but just handle submit. So you can also send message if you press enter. And below, or not below, this is going to be next because this is a flex box. So we have type submit, class name, on click handle submit, disabled pending. We're going to close the button and we're going to say hi paper airplane. This is an icon from Lucid React, size 18, class name and stuff. So that's it. We just need to go ahead and make like sending messages. So this is, I think, the absolute last thing we are doing maybe. So let's go here in Convex and say messages.ts. So here we're gonna say all of this stuff, send mutation, arguments, text, v optional, v string, send ID, image URL, option. Okay, so these are all of the arguments. So image URL scene that we are sending, everything. ID conversations, handler, and then we need to extract all of these from arguments. If you want to, you can also say arguments.txt. You don't need to extract them. Okay, let's insert a new message into database and pass in everything. And that's it. That's it for sending the message. Then we go get the message. Return await context database, query messages collect. So this will return all messages. Why would I need this? I don't even know if I'm using this, honestly. This is completely unfiltered. Okay, get last. I don't think I'm using this. What do you mean get last? Okay, if I'm using this, we're gonna return maybe here. So in order to start a conversation, I need to log out into the different account and go to this guy's gig and start a conversation from there. So I logged in into different account and I'm gonna go to this user's profile and I'm gonna say send message wherever that's supposed to be. No, on the gig. So go back to the gig and say send message here. So this is a conversation that's created, and if I say hi, if I send it, that's crazy. It works.